All right, that's good. That's a good move. I understand people get busy, but that's some bullshit. Yeah, I do. You want to know who the bitch is? Her name is Chelsea, and she sucks. Why do you think she's a bitch?
Because James is a very good and if you could pass you up, then she asked James McCann to go on the radio station with her um, and do his first interview.
That's actually a smart move of hers. So you didn't get to go look it up. Wait, what?
Um, and then, yeah, well, he hasn't written lyrics for a long time because it's just the same material.
Wait, so was James McCann there?
Yeah.
No way. So he couldn't see you do stand up, but he didn't get a chance.
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks. But that's okay. So she's amazing. Did you approach her afterward and be like, yo, what the fuck is up with your problem?
But I can't come back next week.
All right. Well, that's a smart move of hers. So is he going to be her first interview?
So, I think the first one is going to be
All right, you're looking at it right now. But who else?
have you followed James McCann? You ever seen Darcy?
Is she hot? Scale of 0 to 10.
I forgot.
Oh, no. I don't know.
Um, he was this guy that James McCann got on the street for podcast. He just randomly was just like, last night, I'm like, like his content wasn't like, his presence was amazing. I mean, like, towards the end, you just realized that towards the end, he just started like the crowd up towards the end. His content wasn't good. It was just his stage presence and crap at the same time.
Did he have any stand-up material on Tweety Bird? Yes or no? Wait. All right. So, you think this guy Darcy's going to be big time?
Yeah.
I think you found him on the street. Do you mean the guy's homeless or?
I just feel like he was 2023. He was just like randomly. He was just on the street, just interviewing people. You can come across Darcy, but Darcy, he's doing stand up, but he doesn't do anything else. And now he's doing his cool.
You think you should scale it 0 to 10? How much?
But right now,
Yeah, right now.
like a free, but like his
A free?
stage presence in it. Yeah, but he has like stage presence where like the crowd just love it, like people just love him because they're fans of James McCann, which is going to make him a star.
Right. You should have told James McCann to find you.
But
You should have told James McCann to find you.
next week he'll probably get, if he's there next week, he'll probably get.
Did James McCann say that he would be on the radio with Super Bitch? Did he say yes?
Yeah. Yeah. Alright, I'll check your DM.
Dude, I don't want to look at fucking stuff. You know how I am. I hate everyone and everything, dog. Everybody knows that. Dude, if this isn't the greatest fucking thing I've ever seen in my entire life, I'm gonna be pissed. Dude, that's baller. That's baller. You did it, dude. Why aren't you smiling?
Because it was a rush photo.
Yeah, but even he's smiling. Dog, that's amazing. Did you send it to Riser?
Yeah, he does. You didn't even know who James McCann was before I told you. Now he's the biggest fucking deal in your life. Did you tell him how you found out about him? No, you didn't.
Most of the time.
What do I look like, a fucking calendar? 14th of 57, 86, 20 minutes, dog. That means what? What?
That means
Okay. Dog, you got a selfie with fucking James McCann. That's the most polished shit of all time. Congratulations. Was he cool?
I go to St. Darcy for
That's right. Nobody gives a fuck who Darcy. When Darcy's on show, only them people care who Darcy. But in the meantime, you should know James McCann got fucked out of guest of the year last year. That it's great that he won set of the year, but he was guest of the year. He's the people's guest of the year. Do you think he knows that he's the people's guest of the year? Did you send that picture to Riser? You did?
um
Dude, that's so baller. That's so baller. Did you post it on your social media?
oh yeah.
Dog, that's so baller. You're Jason Carrot friend. I'm gonna even write that period is period so period baller. Dude, that is so baller. Dog, that is so baller.
It's gonna make up for it.
Do you want an update on the fighter and the kid, aka Brendan Schaub?
Yeah.
Oh wait, you want an update? Okay. Allegedly he re-signed months ago with his Podcast One, which is like one of the biggest podcasting agencies in the world. So it seems like their podcast is going to potentially continue. And he moved from a $3 million house to a $1 million house. He got rid of all of his cars except for like three of them. He got rid of his kids' four wheelers and his kids' electric bikes and his kids' electric scooters. He got a mural in. He moved studios. They were in a first floor storage space, and now they're in a third floor storage space. He got murals for the podcast that are okay, and he hasn't done the podcast in 2 weeks, but he's transitioned to doing live YouTube streams. So now you can spend $5 a month to be a part of. It's called Big Brown Club, and that gives you the opportunity to be able to chat with him on live stream. And then his partner in crime, Brian Callen, was on Uncle Laser's podcast, and they basically talked about the good old days. And that's a pretty good update. Was that fascinating to you? Let's hear it.
They say that unless you're gay, which is pretty obvious. Gay. If I was gay, I would have to stay gay. I would not have to
Okay, well that's all right. Not bad.
I get it.
I do. It means that you have a big dick, so you have to go to the opposite of what it's called. If anybody with like a 3-year-old brain can figure that out. My friend, has anybody ever told you that you look like an older Jack Doherty?
Uh,
Well, you do.
people tell me I'm gay,
Nobody knows who that is. Like I suck. You don't look like him, but you do look like an older Jack Doherty. Did you know that?
That's not straight. If I don't check it,
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. But that's a good thing, dude. All right. So that, what did you talk to that girl about? How she didn't watch your movie and what else?
but someone who traveled with your ex and she was laughing at him and that.
All right. So are you gonna go with that joke? People say opposites attract, but that's not true if you're gay. If it were and I were gay, then I'd have to date someone with a little dick.
Yeah. People say opposites attract. No shit.
No. Don't add you know. Don't ask questions to the audience. Just say it the way that I said it. Say it the way that I said it. People say opposites attract, unless you're gay. If I were gay, that would mean that I would have to date somebody with a little dick. Okay, it's it's definitely not your worst joke ever. It's probably in your top 15% of all your jokes. So I think so. Zoo, you met James McCann.
Second.
Okay.
Second.
But you got two selfies with him, which is amazing. You could have AI adjust those so you're smiling, no big deal. And then you post them on social media, and then you get some poontang. Does Chelsea not like you? Aside from being a huge bitch, yeah, she's alright. Does she take calls on her radio show? Yeah, she will. When she does, you tell me when she does. I will call into that bitch, and I will say, listen, honey, you banned me on Instagram. I was your biggest fan. I guessed your name out of the blue, just knowing that actually could start with the letter C. And then I followed you on Instagram, which is what your fans should do, and you banned me. And now I bash your stupid, bitchy ass all over the fucking internet. So unban me so I can continue to speak positively of you, you stupid bitch. Dude, I have a question for you. Do you want to hear the life story of Cleopatra? Yes or no? I'll wait. Do you want to hear the life story of Cleopatra? Yes or no? I'll wait.
Not really. All right now.
Okay. Did you know that she was Macedonian, not Egyptian? Yeah, that's the most baller shit I've ever heard. All right, so you going to bed?
Just,
You consider yourself a gearhead gone wild? Yes or no? I'll wait. Why not?
something else.
Like, your head wants a gearhead in Australia. Oh, it does?
Yeah.
That's hilarious. It's not even like a real term, but it's not like a term been around that long. I thought it meant something like that. That's
So that's really
crackhead who just people. That's fucking hilarious. Ah, that's so funny. If I could post on the Fighter and the Kids subreddit, I would post that. But unfortunately, I can't. It's Blockbuster. I have another question for you. Did you watch? Do you know who Tim Dillon is? But you didn't 2 weeks.
tell me that.
Yeah, exactly. He was on Joe Rogan, and he's potentially the best comic in the world at this moment. Dave Chappelle, Tim Dillon, Shane Gillis, arguably three of the biggest comics in the world. Dude, do you want to lose? If it doesn't want to lose, get yourself up. Okay, whatever floats your boat.
Later.
If it does, take care, big man. Good having you here.
Yeah. See, I'm a big fan.
What's the other big thing?
She said,
That girl sucks.
she had a shit about
It definitely sucks. Okay, here's my next question. What happened to the girl who was sleeping on her friend's couch?
too far.
All right, why don't you send her another message? Like, hey, hope you're doing well. Hit me up when you want to. Your ex girlfriend was there.
Yes,
Your ex girlfriend was there.
no, not that.
That one who was milking you for money.
Yeah.
What's she doing now?
Where's the other spot?
There's the riot room, and then what, like the lap lounge or something.
Yeah, the other place.
Oh, uh, she went to. Oh, she was at the adult theater.
What's that?
Oh no way. That's how you met.
No, I'm not going to
So you get chicks jobs at adult theaters.
It's a sexual. Cool.
This girl did. Pretty cute. So you went there yesterday.
Yeah.
Did you get some food then? You know.
It's like, oh, well, it's you're on what?
Was it the greatest story of your entire life? Yeah. Coffee, coffee. What happened to you? Are you fucking serious?
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just that we have Kabbalah thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions such things developed greatly through the ages are still developing, and there are now and there have always been numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class could serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah, the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel until the rise of modern mysticism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but it should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to
accentuate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to the congregation for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here in Esoterica. If you want, find the entire series under the playlist entering the Garden Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them for the next few weeks, or you can find these episodes after the room of 2021 in the entire series. You can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I hope to check out my other content on topics of esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free topics in occultism and hermetic philosophy by joining the Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. So, let's do a little recap. I hope you had the chance to take a look at the episode on Kabbalah or mysticism. And so, in order to recap a bit, what I want to do is take a look at mysticism just briefly. In some ways, they're going to link us to the root of mysticism, and that is the topic of Jewish navigating. As you may remember, the eclectic mode of Judaism produced a novel religious way of being, but the early rabbis did not like apocalyptic Judaism for lots of reasons, which is that it seemed to encourage a kind of bellicose, warlike behavior, and it seemed to lead people to a kind of determinism. Determinism, as you might imagine, doesn't really inspire people to be better. It just says, accept your fate and don't let it result from the divine plan. Well, the early rabbis really didn't like that idea. They really thought, no, we can choose to live differently, we can choose a different world, and that emphasis on choice and responsibility on the part of the rabbis really tilted rabbinical Judaism away from, not completely away from, many of the traditional tenets of apocalyptic Judaism. What does emerge in the world of apocalyptic Judaism is a unique kind of mysticism that, ironically enough, does actually prove to be popular, at least with some rabbis. I don't want to paint a wide range of people in the rabbis and say, yes, all of Merkabah, mysticism, or singular among the rabbinic. That's simply not true. Now, if you have rabbis, one of the things that rabbis do as a hobby is disagree with one another. So, there's just no evidence to say that the rabbis were terribly interested in all practicing this form of these forms of mysticism. And just to parse those out a bit, as to maybe jog your memory, the Hecalog or Merkabah literature or mysticism is a form of mysticism in which the mystic descends into the divine palaces, and they have to bypass all kinds of angelic guardians and bathrooms, and they have to give them secret handshakes and go to rings, and by doing that, they usually send through various houses of God and ultimately arrive with what we now call a beatific vision, which is to say they are allowed to gaze upon the throne of God. In some of this literature, they're allowed to sit upon the throne of God, which you would imagine, like, I don't know, you're a little kid, you would sit in the big kid chair, you would sit in like the big people table, like chair, and you'd be like real small, sitting in a recliner. You've always imagined sort of like sit in the throne of God, it's like really worn out, like 3D recliner that's sit for a purple picture, like command us, and it's for 50 years. That's what I imagine to be the throne of God. You can sit in the throne of God, and sometimes you can be transported into an angel. Why you want to do that, I don't know, but you could, right? Of course, it's like the sexual version of someone, according to one of the books that is translated into an angel. Practically, you can do the third option. The third option is math. The third option includes gazing upon the divine body, right? You measure in this version, even for 3.5 miles, and you're allowed to learn the secret names of all the different parts of the body. The eyebrow, the right eyebrow is right here, all these things. And you're allowed to measure the parts of the mind body. And this numbers represent something like a meditative technique. All the weird, very bizarre, very strange processes. All the people say, as I pointed out last time, that my mind actually might be part of the American or literature in the government. I think the retarded of some of his analysis and the guide complex. Which, by the way, just to drive that point home, if that's the case, I think Malcolm Gilmer makes a really great case that it is. That means the greatest work in all of the history of Jewish philosophy is a response to the form of Jewish mysticism. Right? It's downstream. It's a reaction to Jewish mysticism. And I think that it can't be underestimated, underplayed. I think it's incredibly important if it's true. I have to believe that it is true, at least to some degree. The other form of literature that we talk about of mysticism is what's called the Torah mysticism. Prince of the Torah. The para-rabbinic in rabbinic circles, or maybe outside of rabbinic circles, not quite core rabbinic. The Zurits outside of the Zurits in the dive bar where the rabbi found. These guys want to summon a kind of angel called the Sword of the Torah. And this angel would teach them rabbinic law and secrets very rapidly. I don't know, this is like the person that comes to you at the exam as a student, they see your notes and they try to download all your notes for the exam, right? Like, yeah. So what do? They have to go with the rabbinical elites and they have to figure out stuff out. They're like, might as well. And the one can help them, the angel will help them with their rabbi test or their Jewish test or their Jewish test or whatever test they have to take. Also, I want to move back to the story before some of the angels would have done that. So, just as the last thing to remind us, dozens of these manuscripts are all dozens. But I think history is a bad place. History is a dangerous place. It's a vicious place. Very little surviving. When we write a book now about the piracy, the odds of surviving one outside of Egypt are pretty low. And so we have dozens of examples of these texts surviving being translated in Europe, surviving in the Middle Ages, world of the Fashionable Arts, for instance, the work of the German scientists, later. These manuscripts survive, which means at some level they are popular, they're relatively private. So we see them being used over and over again. We see elements of literature appearing in element. We also see elements of literature appearing in the New Testament, which are mind you, the Jewish texts are by Jewish people, right? So they just would also be using some texts of literature, which is just to say that all of this is a witness to the popularity of the parts of mysticism and what we call quasi-magic. And I say quasi-magic because the Torah literature is a kind of quasi-magic, right? It is a kind of quasi-magic. So when I say quasi-magic, you are in fact summoning a being, right? You're in fact summoning a being to learn to teach you the rapidly, right? You can't learn things rapidly normally. You have to download them somehow, right? Attacking your head, they're loading information. The work somehow has the ability to. But then the bit of a recap that gives us speed, at least from some level, when you descend into the chariot, as the Torah literature, you're bringing companies, and that brings you across some level between mysticism and those two things. Where we're going to move tonight, we're going to move in the direction of Jewish magic. A bunch of emails which tell me that there might be something of this. So let me see just so I want to make sure that I'm not missing something whatever. So 1 second. Summary again. Okay, we're good. Great. If you want to hear like 5 emails going off the side of the brain, that's okay. I'm just checking, make sure I'm in the road or some other kind of Magi, real, but those right? Right? The character is beautiful. The character is beautiful. What's his magic? Maybe what's right? It's like you see here, right? The lines control about what's magic and what's not, what's a miracle, what's sorcery, what's religion. A lot of it has less to do with what you're doing. It has more to do with who's in control, who's decide what's allowed and what's not. So magic in this case is almost always a blithering term, almost always used to describe what the mother does, the bad, the women, the Persians, the Jews, whatever. So it's an othering term. So when I use it here, right, I'm going to be clear about two things. One, I'm using it in a very circumspect way. And two, I want to acknowledge that for people now, in the 20th and 21st century, magic of their spiritual life. Modern day Wiccans, modern day people who deal with witches, modern day Druids, modern day Jewish people, practice magic part of their spirituality. It's a fundamentally different kind of thing than what I'm talking about. So I just want to say that what I'm doing here is putting magic in a very specific, circumspect way in order to elucidate how it's operated within Judaism over the course of several millennia. I am not offering an end-all, be-all definition of magic because you can't. It's much more problematic than that. Secondly, Jewish magic is a mess because it seems like a contradictory term. Why? Well, if the authorities determine what's in or what's illicit, well, here it is. What does the Torah say about these practices? Well, the Torah is weird about this. Now, I know that you probably have in your mind the idea that the Torah condemns. The answer to that is kind of. It depends on what you mean by it. The most extensive condemnation that we see in the Torah of what we now consider something like magic is actually probably Deuteronomy 18. Now, there are lots of places in the Bible where magic or something like magic and their practices are really people that do certain kinds of things that are condemned. You'll see here, right? Now, I've left the technical term from the original Hebrew translator here. So in reading Deuteronomy 18, the whole fact that you don't want to have the son and daughter related to this Canaanite practice. Kosim, Kosim, and Menafesh, and and one fast and the one who seeks the duration makes it, right? Now, what you see here, right, is that all the Hebrew words, they're transliterated form. Why? Because we don't know what any of them are correctly. We don't know what any of them are, right? A unicorn might have to do with someone who will combine and say themselves in future new clouds, right? Those people are not cloud. So maybe it's cloud stuff, right? But what they do, we have no idea. Message, right? This really comes from the word, might come from the word horse, and right? Not savage, right? That might come from the word things from snakes, but again, we don't know. Again, we don't know. And not only do we not know, the rabbis of the earliest period of the Talmud didn't know either. How do we know that? They debated about what these words meant. You don't debate about what words mean. Everyone already knows what they mean. You debate about them, you don't know what they are. And so what we see, for instance, in Genesis and Hedron and about the Talmud is a very elaborate debate about what's allowed and what's not. What's supernatural causation that's allowed, and what's supernatural causation, which is what's forbidden. Now, let's make this combination in the Hebrew Bible found in the book of Exodus, and that line, and I have to say this line, Hashefa, and this line cost a lot, I would say, of thousands, tens of thousands of female magic doing person, don't let them. Right? That's literally, and of course, you probably know it more famously in the King James translation, suffer not the witch to live. But that line led thousands of women to their death over a period of a child's we think that number is 40, 60,000 people, mostly women, were executed during the witch hunt. And that line was justified and heavily in that line. I mean, it's so brief and so beautifully profound. Now, of course, we have this the shift a little bit, by the way, you'll understand some Hebrew. It's in the right? It's specifically targeting women. We see how it takes like a shift, right? The masculine form over there in the Deuteronomy, right? Deuteronomy, you see it there. So both female and male masculine, but the line is this. Our female sorcerers or whatever live. As with other sections, they were what some of the homeless supernatural civilization. Two most famous examples are divination. They're fervently allowed to use divination in the Hebrew Bible. To use a specific form of divination. This is to say the breastplate of the high priest of the Urim and the Thummim, right? This is some kind of divination device, although exactly how it works, we don't know. There's speculation about this Talmud. If I say it was another more infamous ritual in which a woman suspected of adultery, notice there's no male version of the ritual, there's no man suspected of adultery or this, in which a woman is forced to consume a raw made of sand and ash and things that drink this, assuming that she's committed adultery, it would also become instead. So the hotel ritual, right, is also a form of supernatural cultivation to sort out whether or not a woman has committed adultery. These are both examples of supernatural cultivation that are allowed in the Bible. In fact, there's an entire treatise of the Babylonian Talmud dedicated to this hotel ritual. So it's clear that these forms of supernatural cultivation are illicit, while the other ones, like being a covenant or a marriage, those are forbidden. So, what are these words mean? We do, however, get some clues, right? One of the great boons of 20th century archaeology was that we figured out how to read the medium. Is the equivalent of the ancient Babylonians, distinct cousin of Hebrew, and as we find there, we find cognates, and cognates are the noun. In English, but right? We find a cognate in German or Gothic, right? We don't know what Gothic means. Right? We can figure out from the Middle High German what the old Gothic word might mean. And it's just fantastic. That's a great thing. So, right, we find the Indian word, for instance, kishpu, which does mean evil magic. And that, right, what we find right, with the word Shaifa, right, you can see right, you can see the root word, right, the kama, the shah, right, the root sound, of course, is unique to Akkadian. We can see Akkadians have a very clear word for sorcerer, magic doer. This is important, by the way, because we read the Septuagint. The Septuagint, of course, is the Greek translation of the Bible. The Bible is the Greek. The Septuagint translates the word, not the Czech, but the poison from Achaia, right? It translates it as persuasive. So the canon of translated to make it a bit more rational, very clear from the original Hebrew that the word does, in fact, indicate specifically about a doer, a person. That's a really, really bad translation. Now, does the Torah contain all of that? Kind of not. Depends on what you mean by see in just right? Many Israelites, maybe consult one of those. Again, the condemnations we see here are not condemnations of practice typically, they're condemnations of people doing those practices. Why? Well, we're identity oriented. We're not those people. We're not those kind of people. But also, it's theologically friendly. If you're moving in the direction of monotheism, right? Monotheism is in your wheelhouse. You're moving to a singular God who does everything in the world. Well, what does it mean if there's like Manasseh down the road or Saba down the road? And they can like monkey around the reality of like finding people that life or cruise crops or making folk religion. It seems like they have access to supernatural powers, but against the supernatural powers of your God. And that's worrying. That's a theological worry. And if your God is the only God, the only one really in control, who are they? How do they have access to things weird? How do they make someone fall in the ground or make someone get a sickness or cure a disease, break someone back from the dead? That's a whole very anxiety producing. And monotheism is strictly on monotheism, ultimately where you're going, where God and God of course, you'll see that same anxiety played somehow later in, for instance, Christianity, but Christianity has an easy answer for that. Their answer is, I'm working with the damn devil, right? And they're working with the devil, that's when they do this stuff. Israelites, at least Israelites, one thing with monotheism, don't have this. And so this is a much more complicated problem than at least, or at least at this point, prior to the point where things that later on fall into the bad stuff, as you can see early on. The clearest account of magical practice among the Israelites is to be found, of course, in the Hebrew Bible. Where else? And the account, of course, can be found in the story of the Bahalat Ov. You'll notice here, right, that we have that prohibition on consulting an Ov or being an Ov back in Deuteronomy. But here we have a person with a title, Bahalat Ov. We don't know her name, but we do know her title. She is a mistress of the Ov. Now, Bahalat, here just means Baal, means master, so it's one who has control of something. The word husband in Hebrew, Baal, right, is just one that's in control. Whatever. Inside. The Bahalat Ov here is a mistress. She is at least gender-wise, grammatically speaking, and she's a mistress of the Ov. We don't know what the Ov is. It seems possible this word is related to it may be roughly related to the idea of ancestors, specifically dead ancestors, and therefore we might translate this word as something like person who has access to the ancestors who are dead. Right? Now that's a really clunky translation. The typical translation we use now is something like necromancer. Right? Necromancy is manipulation of the dead for various kinds of powers, specifically to the future. That's exactly what we have here with the Bahalat. Well, we don't know what this word Ov means, but I do think it's probably related to the word dead ancestors. And there's special people that have access to those dead ancestors. So, you may know this, right? Saul is in war with the Philistines. King Saul, first king of Israel, is in war with the Philistines, and it's going badly. Well, now it's going badly. God has abandoned Saul. Saul goes to the legitimate form of divination, glory, and ability. He consults some, and well, God doesn't pick up. Right? So, I don't know, you're in a big problem, and you call someone and they don't pick up. Well, you freak out. Well, Saul freaks out. So what does he do? He goes to right? He goes to these people and consults them. So the whole character here. And she does successfully summon the spirit of the recently deceased prophet Samuel. And she describes Samuel as emerging from the earth as an Elohim. Right? She's terrified, in fact. And she says, I see an Elohim coming up from the earth. Now, we do see in other texts, for instance, in the Hebrew text, in the Rabbinic text, where the dead are sometimes referred to as Elohim, as gods. In fact, there's a specific word for sometimes the Philistines are referred to a reptile giants, really mysterious bird. At any rate, the Baal were not successfully summoned the ghost of Samuel, the Ruach of Samuel, and of course, like the prophet said, you probably know they have bad ears, because prophets always have bad ears. Never go to a prophet to get good news. If you go to the prophet bank, or go to the good news section, it's empty. Don't hold bad news. Bad news is, yes, God has abandoned Saul, and he's going to die tomorrow. That's what happens. God abandoned Saul, he died the next day. I think he was suicide, dreadfully, on the battlefield. So the Bala is a clear example of an Israelite narrative where magic works. Right? There's no question. The text ever says, and the Bala and she was a liar. In fact, it paints her very, very nicely. She's always depicted as preparing for them, very conscientious. She even says that when Saul comes to consult with her, that he's outlawed this practice. That she doesn't want to do it. He just forces her to do it as a problem. And she obliges. So the Bala is nothing like the evil witch or Hansel and Gretel type, right? Inherently malevolent and preying upon people. She refuses. She summons the ghost, and then afterwards, when he's terrified of his impending fate, she tries to comfort him with food and drink out of her own costume, relatively poor personal imagine. So the image of the Bala, sometimes this term is described as witch and endor. I really don't like the translation of witch and endor, because the term witch is so included in our imaginary that sometimes the image of this woman is utterly unlike how she's presented in the text. I think we should call her what the text is, or we should call her because it indicates that she's a expert, right? She's an expert at this, right? And clearly she is. Also, if you Star Wars fans recognize the name Endor. Endor becomes Endor in Star Wars, and there's a lot of weird stuff from the Bible and so here. So the Bala of Endor, it's very clear that the writer of these fat texts of the Bible really believes in the power of the Bala of. You don't learn anything else about her. She comes to the room, she gets a few verses, and then she's gone. We never learn anything else about her. At the same time in the Bible, there are a lot of weirdos, right? Lots of weirdos. The most weird perhaps are Elijah and Elisha. And these two guys are with all kinds of miracles. If you may remember, they're weird prophets from back in the day called Elohim, men of God. It's a weird specific term for those who are able to not only do prophecy, but also do miracles. And the only times in the Hebrew Bible where the dead are resurrected are always related to Elijah and that's amazing, because the dead being resurrected is a big deal, because typically God has power over life and death, and Elijah and Elisha are both respectively able to resurrect the dead. In fact, people throwing the ring jump out of the line. It's really spectacular. By the Second Temple period, Solomon, the son of King David, also associated heavily with magic, specifically the ability to control. Again, remember in the apocalyptic period, angels and demons kind of burst on the scene in a way that they had previously in Israelite literature. And these demons, these sort of supernatural, malevolent creatures, or at least quasi-malevolent creatures, can be controlled through various magical means. And one of the means that we learn about early on, as early as the Dead Sea Scrolls, by the way, and also Josephus and Philo, both recount tales in the first century of the ability of Solomon to control demons, specifically demons reused in the construction of the first temple. It's interesting and weird, because you have a king of Israel using a bunch of demons to control them, right? So think of the demon Asmodeus, he's actually a Persian demon, right? Remember that Zoroastrian connection, right? Ashmedai is a Persian demon. Persian demon, not an Israelite one, but he's imported into Judaism during the process of the Babylonian exile in the Persian period. So Solomon has the ability, early on, at least by the Second Temple period, to manipulate demons. And for folks out there who are interested in magic, what we already know, there is an entire of solid magic that survived all the way back from the Second Temple period and survived into the Middle Ages. Now, I won't sit there and say continuous, but there's a tradition of Solomon as having the ability to control even specific language construction of the first temple. Now, that story doesn't occur at all in the Hebrew Bible. There's no evidence in the Hebrew Bible, but it does begin to occur around the period of the Second Temple period and the Apocalyptic period. And we see it in this early as things like the Dead Sea Scrolls, where there is an exorcistic psalm attributed to Solomon. Is demon, right? Demon, like, would you do a demon radio? I would do a demon radio. All right. The other place, right, where we also see is in the Galilee. The Galilee in the first or the Second Temple period was kind of jumping up with weird dudes who could do miracles. You may know who the circle maker, right? This is my brother, Rabbi Rothschild's favorite rabbi of all time, the circle maker. Great privilege of davening at his kibbutz, his Galilee. Sony, as you know, is famous for forcing God to make rain. But not make it rain a lot, right? Christ was going to stand in that circle, and God was the angel. God makes it rain, eventually God made it rain, but God, Sony made it a torrent. Sony said, that's too hard, God, turn it down a notch. And God turned it down a notch. It rained normally, and Sony left his circle. His almost led to the creation of Sony. Using the powers of God. Of course, the other God that we know in the time period, name is Messiah. His name is Josh, Yeshua of Nazareth, better known as Jesus. They call him Josh. And yeah, his name is Jewish there, Joshua. Of course, Jesus also engaged in a great deal of miracle making. Jesus was not known as the Messiah and the central core of Christianity. Probably made one of the famous Jewish exorcists. In fact, the majority of the miracles that he did involved exorcism. Another famous rabbi from this time period, of course, is Joseph. He was famous for a range of supernatural feats, including exorcism, but also teleporting, flying around. Joseph, according to Talmud, could teleport or fly around. He also engaged in duels with the queen of demons. It's a queen as well. Ashmanized king, depending on what text you look at. But Joseph was famous for all kinds of supernatural feats, including engaging with Roman emperors along supernatural lines, as well as great stories from Talmud about him. Of course, we shouldn't also mention Shimon Bar Yochai, who would be famous as the writer allegedly of the Sacred Zohar, the central text of Kabbalah, in a few weeks. But of course, Shimon Bar Yochai is also attributed to a period of deal of miracles. My famous, of course, is that stuff like that. That's what's crap. See it? The other end, when men do it, we buy. When we do it, it's true. And see, here's an example of what seems to me a form of magic, right? Is attracting like town, getting I was taught coming from a man should not have sex until he's waited long enough to walk in. Why? Because the bathroom demon is with him for the time. And if he does have sex, his children will be able to do it. So we have a theory of epilepsy. Well, what's the reason? If you go into the bathroom, there's a bathroom demon. By the way, the bathroom demon becomes trauma in the town. So the bathroom demon, once you go off and attach themselves to you, they follow you, or at least have. And then you're allowed to go back to the bathroom. That's it. But the bathroom demon is your job. Is that magic? Well, who deals with magic gets here? Looks like magic to me. Right? Superstition, magic, religion. The balance between all these things. Right? The balance between all these things. Now, if you're curious, if I'm just listing a couple weird things, well, these are weird things, folks. There are far stranger things about on these temples, those demons and things that are not mentioned here. There's an entire class for the Federation, in fact. A class that don't use magic. So you're getting basically the notes version tonight. I guarantee you, Jewish magic, I guarantee you there isn't a time for taught in here. So after the time period of the apocalyptic, Jewish magic really goes international. That is to say, Jewish magic leaves Palestine, and there is a great deal of magic out there in the world. I may have to skip a little bit just to make time here, but if I'm going to look at it, forgive me. In the early common period, Jewish magic was Jews were associated with magic, and Jewish magic was heavily syncretistic, which is to say that Egyptian, Roman, Jewish, pagan elements were all bundled together to form a kind of international magical practice, international magical language, and an enormous amount of magical documents and magical devices are existed in the ancient world. These are gathered together in what is typically called the Greek magical library, of which there are numerous examples of Jewish magic being practiced in the ancient world, both by Jews, but also non-Jews using Hebrew or using Jewish names for God for their own magical purposes. Why? Because they thought the Jews and the Jewish God have some kind of special magical power. This is just a small gathering of some of the magical devices that are definitely associated with Jews that survived from the ancient world. So you can see here we have the love spells, right? If you would cast this into a love spell, see Ficciones, right? Ficciones is a curse tablet here written upon in metal that would be used to curse people. See amulets here that have angels, right, to protect you from various kinds of spirits. You see a curse here on the left-hand side, written on papyrus that is survived from the late classical period, early medieval period. And perhaps shockingly, you can see one of the three small devices that have been found with Hebrew incantations written in the skull of an actor. The skull incantations we have, I can bring you later if you want to read the entire incantation. But three of these incantations have been found throughout the ancient Greek classical world. And these skull incantations are something that most Jews would be shocked by. The touching of a dead body to do anything at all is completely unimaginable. The use of a skull to write an incantation on to harness some kind of magical powers would fill many ancient Jews with shock, disgust, and yet there's no denying that all these like, that's not a thing. Well, you got some archaeology. Like, really? With the archaeology, there's a lot of this, right? Again, this is just what survived. If this would survive, you can imagine how much there was. Imagine this going on. In fact, on this one here, there's space is lit for the name they put in, which meant this was made commercially. Right? So this dog was made commercially, and then the natural practitioner will go in and add the names in later to make it work. The state sold. This was a commercial object you could buy in the shoe or whatever in the market from a ritual expert and all people, the first people who called it flourish, whatever. A very common form of Jewish magic in the ancient world, but also for Christian and pagan magic, was incantation bowls. Incantation bowls were bowls with images, typically of demons. Some of our early depictions of the demon as the one are found in these incantation bowls. They would be, you would draw an image of the demon that you want to life. You can see that these demons here are bound with chains. You can see that their hands are tied here, they're bound with chains. And then incantation will be written around the periphery of the inside of the bowl. And the bowl will be buried upside down, right, concave part down, in the doorway of your house. And the idea is any demon coming in will be captured by the bowl. Right? This is sort of like a glue trap with your mouth. Don't use glue trap eyes, that's really, really cool. Kind of like a glue trap for demons. For demons. It's a demon pool for him to be trapped. Evil spirits may enter your home by turning those down and burying them in the mental of your home. Mezuzahs are used for the exact same purposes. In many cases where there's a terrible illness in a home, still to this day in the Haredi world, rabbi will ask to check the mezuzahs to make sure they're in order, make sure that evil spirits can enter the home because of a faulty mezuzah. By the way, this deep hole right here, if you ever get down to the Calcium Museum in Ann Arbor, you can see this exact one. This is in Ann Arbor at the Calcium Museum. This place is an excellent little museum there, but you can see this exact incantation bowl from my Michigan people. Get down to the Calcium Museum, see the incantation bowl. You may notice here that there's a lot of wiggles. You're right, it's a bunch of wiggles, but it's wiggles in literally Hebrew. Vaguely. Well, not everyone can read, so if you couldn't read, you would get the wiggle bowl. If you could read, you would get the real incantation bowl with the real incantation written around it. So we have these illiterate bowls, right, that are with pseudoscripts. And by the way, we can always tell that these are before because the Aramaic ones were always used to Mandean ones or Mandeans, the ones for Christians or whatever. So everyone was using these. There are thousands of these. If you choose to go to the Royal Ontario Museum in Toronto, they have one of the largest collections of these demon bowls in the world. They have a whole roll of them. So if you're going to get your fill with demon bowls, go to the Royal Ontario Museum and see them. But we also see that one thing we ever do arts and crafts with kids, that you're going to do like making bowls. That's like a completely authentic Bubbies and Vodka theory. Make anything. Let them make demon bowls inside the monsters or whatever. It's a great way for them to put out of the dead or like deal with their monsters. Way of dealing with fears about monsters or demons. Allowing to guys to make these bowls, maybe catharsis, trying to get the end of the bowl. So anyone who says you can choose from the minute one, I got 10,000 demon incantation bowls to get with them. This is a bit of wrapping up on some of the things that we've been doing for the time. Another text that begins to emerge at this time on exactly magic, right? Most of magic. One of the most famous early ones is called the Secret Magazine. I've done episodes on my new esoteric channel almost all these books are really deep into some of these books of magic, almost all of them I've covered in depth, 20 episodes or so on my channel. So we have this thing called the Secret Magazine that was recovered fragment in the Cairo of Giza. It dates to around the 8th, 9th, 10th century, perhaps earlier. And this system uses an elaborate system of angel magic and magical symbols. These magical symbols here we see all these magic, whether it's creating references or creating bubbles or turning invisible or whatever. The Secret Magazine is still for you. Uses these various that you would use for remembering things. And you would use those sections along with a magical spell. Those magical spells would empower those code words, and those code words would do all kinds of things. The same kinds of things that most magical spells will actually do. Pretty much. So this one's interesting because the sword of Moses is a long list of seemingly random Hebrew letters, which are then extracted out and used for magical purposes earlier. So the sword is actually what's going on. Some of these magical words also show up later in Christian magical texts, which means that Christians were so interested in Jewish magic that they had the Jews translate some of them for them. They could use the magical power as one of them, and then they could use the witchcraft to kill the blood. History taking its place. One of the famous texts, right, are the Sefer HaYashar and the Sefer HaMalbush. The Sefer HaYashar is a text of astrological Jewish magic that tells you how specifically to do magic on certain kinds of days so that you can focus your magical power using astrology. Like this as an ancient Jews to astrology. And it's a text for you to do it, which they did with astrology. So we have a magical text that uses magic, angel magic, astrology to manipulate various forces of the cosmos to accomplish various ends. Once we have the Sefer HaMalbush, which allows one to make a special kind of clue or garment described along with various magical methods of God that allow you to do things. For instance, some of things. Whatever, right? Here's that point with Mount Mary. Right, but you write on this garment, God, you fast, you sort of things as well, act of magic power. I think this image is really FYI because this is an image of a Jew from the legends, and notice he's also forced to wear a yellow face, but notice it's a yellow circle as opposed to a yellow star. So that's why this image is interesting because he's forced to wear a star later periods. It's circle. This is also in Germany, so horrifying things to come. Perhaps the most famous book of Jewish magic history is the Sefer Raziel Shalom, book of the Raziel, the book of the angel Raziel. Raziel, of course, make the means the secrets of God. This is actually a collection of various books, including the Sefer HaMalbush. It's still printed to this day. In fact, I have a copy behind me. This was printed in very tiny little editions that you can carry around your house or put in your car, and even is said to have magical powers even to this day. You're looking at an image here of some magical angelic spirit from the Sefer Raziel. These devices allow you to commute or amulets, which give you various things like success or defend from magical evil powers. And here we have magical devices, and they control these magical symbols. By the way, they have all the way. Some of them only bring magical fiery up to the first centuries of the common era. So this is a 2,000-year long practice of magic. This famous edition was printed in after that, like I said, it used to be printed all the way to this day. In fact, I have an entire copy printed on one piece of microfilm. The idea is you always have a copy of the book, even if it's just on microfilm, and the book still has magical power. I have an entire copy on microfilm downstairs with the story. So this book, the Emperor Raziel Hamad, said to have power even just having it. I could have several copies lying around. And so here is magical magic, and this idea of this magical thing continues to all the way down to this day in modern occultism, and occurs most famously, of course, in the 1530s edition of Cornelius Agrippa's three books of philosophy. They continue to be reprinted in modern books of witchcraft, modern witches. You can use these magical images almost to this day. Jewish magic is alive and well. If you go into Haredi bookstores, you will find books on books of magic, psalms, study for various magical powers. You can find all kinds of books in the most extremely orthodox communities. I go into Brooklyn, of magic. There are books of magic about how to make amulets, books of astrology, things about in the early form, magic, Jewish magic is alive and well today. New books are being written on Jewish magic, and those books are being practiced now. It also derives in the liberal Jewish world, for instance, and the Kohenet movement. The Kohenet movement, as you may know, is a revivalist, sort of one of the same thing in Jewish revivalist movement that wants to resurrect the idea of a Jewish priestesshood, and magical practices in that world are also really popular. And so in that world, sort of radical left-wing Jewish world, magic is also being practiced. So we have the most radical left-wing world of Jewish practice, magic practice happening over there, Freeman to the right, all the way to the neighborhood where they are publishing books of magic, Jewish magic in the Hardy world, Jewish magic's alive and well. In that way, it's always been there, right? It's always been there because we know the Bible has to condemn condemnations of all ways of practice was being practiced by other ways. That's why they condemned it. Well, for prohibition, but they made sure that it didn't be practiced. It's been practiced all over time. Earliest for the book we have is probably the magic language. We have evidence of Jewish magic reaching back to extreme antiquity. We have evidence of every practice in the Arabian Black Hat world and in the leftist Jewish world of the Kohenet movement. Jewish magic has always been here. It is here, and it endures, no doubt. There's some recommendations if you want to learn more about Jewish magic, especially ancient Jewish magic. There are some really great books by reread. The Hieroglyph text, by the way, is being published by Wayne State Publishers. So shout out to Wayne State Publishing here. So if you take a look at the books, I can't say they're terribly expensive, but they're really high quality scholarship. And if you would learn more about the history of Jewish magic up until the roots of the Kabbalah, those are both excellent texts to consult. And thank you for joining me as I explore the story that is Jewish, specifically and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work of providing accessible, free, scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, the occult, object Hermetic philosophy, consider supporting my work on Patreon, and perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane and history, philosophy, and religion.
What the fucking
In 323 BC, Alexander the Great, who has, over the last decade, 323 BC, Alexander the Great, who has, over the last decade, carved out one of the largest empires in human history, is dead with no mature heir. Wars soon erupt as Alexander's commanders and relatives fight over his crumbling empire. One of those commanders, however, does not see an end at the beginning, and after being made governor of Egypt, eventually proclaims himself the pharaoh, founding the Hamid dynasty that ruled Egypt for 300 years, beginning with the life and reign of Queen Cleopatra. Ptolemy the first pharaoh of Ptolemaic Egypt. Man history that King Ptolemy the first, Soter of Egypt, was most likely born in 367 BC. No clear record of his birth, but an ancient source called the Macrobiae, traditionally attributed to the 2nd century AD writer Lucian of Samosata, claims that Ptolemy was 84 years old when he died in 283 BC, which would mean that he was born around 367 BC. He was born in the kingdom of Macedon in northern Greece, which was in the process of emerging as the dominant power in the Greek world at the time of his birth. Ptolemy's father was most likely a Macedonian named Greece, who came from an undistinguished family in the region of Elwea in western Macedonia, as by his simple birth. Lagus married Arsinoe, a Macedonian noblewoman who was related to the royal family the Argead dynasty, which claimed descent from the legendary hero Pericles. There is another theory concerning Ptolemy's parentage, though. The Greek geographer of the 2nd century AD, Thucydides, writing in his famous Description of Greece, a travelogue of the Greek world of the Eastern Mediterranean and of its many temples, history, and law, first tradition which indicates that Ptolemy's father was not Lagus, but was instead King Philip II, who rose to become ruler of Macedon in 359 BC. According to this tradition, Arsinoe, Ptolemy's mother, was one of Philip's courtesans and was already pregnant by the time she married Lagus with Philip's child. However, the claim that Ptolemy was Philip II's illegitimate son, and therefore Alexander, his half-brother, was probably invented by Ptolemy much later in his life, when he was trying to establish his claim to succeed Alexander after the latter's premature death. Had Ptolemy really been Alexander's half-brother, the latter would almost certainly have considered him a dynastic rival and a threat to his position. Alexander might well have had him murdered, rather than promoting him to become one of Macedon's most powerful generals, as we will see he did. Instead, Ptolemy became one of Alexander's friends and advisors. Ptolemy is known to have had a brother named Menelaus, who served as a general in Cyprus and later as a priest to the cult of Alexander in Alexandria. But no other siblings are mentioned in the historical records. At the time of Ptolemy's birth, the kingdom of Macedon was emerging as one of the major powers of the Greek world. The ruling Argead dynasty had held dominion over large parts of what is now northern Greece and North Macedonia, going back to the early 7th century BC. But the Macedonians were viewed as a rustic, semi-barbarous people by the more civilized dominance of the city-states of the Aegean Sea and Peloponnese. They fought differently too, often relying on cavalry and aerial wars. Unlike the infantry or white soldiers of the Greek police. But eventually, the culture of city-states like Athens, Sparta, Thebes, and Corinth diffused north, and the Macedonians became more entrenched in Greek culture and society. What was more, the rich Greek city-states to the south of Macedon were now ripe for conquest. In 404 BC, Sparta finally triumphed over Athens in the Peloponnesian War, a power struggle for hegemony over the Greek world that lasted 27 years and exhausted all sides. Spartan dominance over the Greek city-states came to an end in 371 BC, when their armies were defeated by the Boeotian League in Thebes at the Battle of Leuctra. When King Philip II became ruler of Macedon in 359 BC, he was determined to establish Macedon as the new great power of the Greek world. He built a fierce war machine by establishing a professional army and adopting new tactics. He developed a formidable Macedonian phalanx consisting of rows of men armed with shields and a long spear, known as the Cerisa, giving them a range advantage in close quarters combat. Philip also established the elite companion cavalry, a unit made up of high-ranking nobles and close friends of the kingdom, which often proved a decisive matter on the battlefield. After establishing his authority over the tribes of the southern Normans, such as the Thracians, through military aggression and diplomacy, Philip turned his attentions southwards and produced the Olympian War and the Fourth Sacred War, replaced Thebes and the Boeotian League as the dominant power in central Greece and the Peloponnese. This was the political and military backdrop against which Ptolemy grew up. Like other Macedonian boys, he would have learned how to ride and hunt. He would also have learned to read and write in Greek. It is probable that in 353 BC, when he was 14 years old, Ptolemy was sent to become a royal page at King Philip II's court at Pella, capital of the Kingdom of Macedon. It was certainly not as cultivated a place as Athens or Corinth. Macedonians were known for their heavy drinking and tough upbringing, and many of their customs and traditions appalled the rest of the Greek world, particularly that of polygamy. Macedonian kings married multiple wives to strengthen alliances at home and abroad. Though the Macedonians spoke Greek, they were called barbarians, because their accent was difficult to understand for Greeks who lived further south. Here, Ptolemy would have continued his training in military arts, and by the time of his late teens, he have served during Philip's campaigns of conquest. Though this is not explicitly stated, over time Ptolemy became a close companion of Philip's son Alexander, who was born in 356 BC, and who would have been only 3 years old when Ptolemy first arrived Persian Empire by Alexander the Great, and his campaign into Central Asia and India, written by Wikipedia, Greek historian of the 2nd century AD. Anabasis is an ancient Greek name for a lengthy campaign or expedition. Ptolemy necessarily features in the work. In fact, Marianne used Ptolemy's writings as some of his own source material. In his later life, Ptolemy became a historian himself, though unfortunately, virtually everything he wrote has been lost, with only fragments of his texts surviving second-hand in the writings of later scholars like Arrian, a contemporary of Arrian in the eastern Mediterranean. The historical biographer Plutarch wrote a life of Demetrius, one of Ptolemy's rivals for power in the decades following the death of Alexander, and the fragmentation of his empire. Ptolemy appears regularly in this biography of Demetrius. Closer to Ptolemy's own time, Plinius and Diodorus Siculus, two Greek historians of the 2nd and 1st centuries BC respectively, both composed universal histories of the world, in which the conquests of Alexander and the wars fought by the rulers of the Hellenistic kingdoms, which followed therefrom, are discussed. Again, Ptolemy and his family are discussed therein. Numerous other ancient texts shed light on his reign in Egypt and events there, some almost incidentally so. For instance, the 2nd century BC letter of Aristeas to Philocrates provides one of the most informative accounts of how Alexandria, the capital of Ptolemy's kingdom in Egypt, emerged as a great center of learning in the 3rd century BC. Finally, as with Emperor who reigned for the better part of 40 years in ancient times, there are many inscriptions on temples and civic buildings and other archaeological sources which can shed light on Ptolemy's reign. Still, it is a great pity that Ptolemy's own histories, like so many other works from the ancient world, have 4th century BC. When he was a young man, Ptolemy began his ascent through the ranks of the Macedonian army in 339 BC in response to a demonstration of Athenian and Theban resistance against Macedon's growing influence over the Greek city-states. King Philip marched on southern Greece. In the summer of 338 BC, the Macedonians faced a Greek coalition force at Chaeronea near Thebes. The 18-year-old Alexander commanded the left wing of the Macedonian army. Ptolemy may have been one of the officers at his side. During the battle, Alexander led the breakthrough against the Sacred Band, a 300-man elite Theban infantry unit. The following year, Philip summoned the Greek states to move and forced them to swear oaths to each other and him, establishing himself as the hegemon of the Greek world. Ptolemy was around 30 years old by then and was a trusted courtier to both Philip and Alexander. However, in 337 BC, he temporarily lost his court position. At that time, Alexander planned to marry the daughter of Pixolus, the satrap or governor of Caria, in what is now southwestern Turkey. Ptolemy was among 5 of Alexander's advisors who supported the offer against the king's wishes. The furious King Philip responded by banishing those involved from Pella. It is unclear where Ptolemy and his comrades went. They may have been back in the capital by the time Philip was assassinated by one of his bodyguards in October 336 BC. The circumstances of Philip's death are murky, and it may have been the result of a palace coup. Following his father's untimely death, 20-year-old Alexander became King Alexander III of Macedon. His military exploits would soon earn him the epithet Alexander the Great. The young king almost immediately faced a revolt from the southern Greeks, campaigns against the Tribali and the Libyans to the north and west of Macedonia. Ptolemy is likely to have accompanied Alexander during these campaigns, since he described them in his histories, and portions thereof ended up in Arians and Anabasis. While Alexander was fighting the Illyrians, he received news that Thebes had been revolted. He thus marched south with a force of 30,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry, according to Ptolemy's account. Again transmitted via Aria, the Macedonians took the city with heavy casualties after the general Perdiccas, who commanded the vanguard, attacked without waiting orders from Alexander. Diodorus Siculus does not mention Perdiccas launching his attack prematurely in his account, and it is likely that Ptolemy was seeking to denigrate Perdiccas, who was later one of his major rivals in the bloody civil wars that ensued following the death of Alexander. After capturing Thebes, Alexander brutally ordered the city to be razed to the ground. It would not be rebuilt for another 2 decades. Alexander then turned his attention towards the invasion of Asia, which is to learn Philip had been planning before he was assassinated. After leaving Greece in the hands of a loyal veteran general named Antipater, in the spring of 334 BC, Alexander led an army of at least 35,000 infantry and cavalry and sailed across the Bosporus to Asia. He then united his forces with 10,000 under the Macedonian general Menion, who had been in Asia Minor since 336 BC, preparing the Macedonian forces there for the coming campaign. Ptolemy served with the infantry in Alexander's army, but his precise rank and role is unclear. Alexander, Ptolemy, and the Macedonian kings of their close companions were setting off to conquer the Persian Empire. Asia Minor, which many probably know as Turkey today, had been ruled since the middle of the 6th century BC by the Persian Empire, a vast realm ruled by the Persians, a group who had emerged out of Iran or Persia in the 550s BC and rapidly conquered most of the known world. Their empire extended across the modern-day nations and regions of Iran, Iraq, Turkey, Levant, Egypt, parts of Arabia, the Caucasus, and even into parts of Central Asia, Afghanistan, and Pakistan, an area then known as Bactria. The Persians had even tried to conquer mainland Greece, but were famously repulsed during 2 invasion attempts in the early 5th century BC. Now, after 2 centuries of rivalry between the Greeks and the Persians, Macedon had emerged as a power that had united the Greek city-states, making them a power to rival Persia. Alexander consequently embarked in 334 BC on a campaign, or Anabasis, as Arian would call it, to conquer Persia, an idea his father had contemplated before his premature death. This would involve clashes with local satraps or governors, minor kings who ruled the provinces of the Persian Empire on behalf of Darius III, the Persian king of Hades, who had just succeeded to the throne far away in the Persian capitals, Susa and Persepolis in southern Iran. After crossing the Bosporus, Alexander's army was confronted by an army raided by the local Persian satrap Alcides at the river Granicus. The Macedonian phalanxes easily overwhelmed the lightly armed Persians, and the Macedonians and Greeks were the first major victory of the campaign that would take Alexander, Ptolemy, and many others to the edge of the New World. Alexander's initial successes alarmed Darius III, who began to raise a large army in Mesopotamia, modern-day Iraq, to meet the Macedonian threat. As the Persian king marched north to confront Alexander, the two sides clashed Croesus in southern Turkey in November 333 BC. While Alexander's army was around 40,000 strong, ancient sources suggest that the Persians had up to 500,000 men, though modern estimates hold that the figure was more plausibly closer to 100,000 men. Again, while Ptolemy left a detailed description of the ensuing battle and would have been a participant, there is no information about where he was deployed, whether he had any men under his command. He could not engage the enemy in a conventional pitched battle. Alexander led his cavalry straight to Darius' position behind the Persian center. Although the Macedonian infantry came under heavy pressure from the Persians, Alexander did not allow himself to be distracted from his objective and continued his charge towards Darius. As the Macedonian cavalry cut their way through his bodyguard, Darius panicked and fled from the field. As Alexander had anticipated, the sight of their king fleeing caused the Persians to lose heart. With the Persian infantry and cavalry retreating in disorder, Macedonians advanced and slaughtered many fleeing enemies. Although Darius had escaped, Alexander managed to capture a substantial number of the royal entourage, including Darius' mother, wife, and 2 daughters. Alexander demonstrated his magnanimity towards his royal captives, and promised to protect them during Darius' absence. After marching south into Syria, Alexander's next target was to neutralize the Persian fleet at the port city of Tyre. The city was located on an island around half a mile offshore, a natural defensive point. In order to besiege it, Alexander ordered the construction of a causeway to enable his men to attack from the land. The Tyrians managed to hold it for 6 months until the summer of 332 BC. Alexander eventually captured the city by attacking on both land and the sea. Alexander continued to turn the Mediterranean coast and captured Gaza after a brutal 2-month siege. His next target was Egypt, then the province of the Persian Empire, governed by the satrap Mazathis. Although the Persians had ruled Egypt for almost 2 centuries, Persian rule remained unpopular, and Mazathis knew he could not resist. Alexander at the ancient capital of Greece, to the south of present-day Cairo. Alexander was careful not to make his mistake and treated customs and religion with respect. Alexander gained popularity by restoring old Egyptian temples, but although he was not his first experience of the land, he and his family would come to rule for a period of nearly 3 centuries. Alexander was in Egypt. The king of Persia had raised another large army to confront the Macedonian conqueror. When the two armies met at the Battle of Galgamela in what is now northern Iraq, 1st of October 331 BC, Alexander was once again heavily outnumbered and employed similar tactics as at Ethos. On this occasion, he ordered his right flank to fall back, enticing the Persian cavalry commander Bessus to launch a frontier attack. Bessus left a small gap in the Persian line, which Alexander immediately exploited, leading his cavalry towards Darius. As the Persian king returned to flee once again, Alexander and his horsemen set off in pursuit, but soon returned to the battlefield at Galgamela, leaving already on the Macedonian left, who had been struggling to hold back the numerically superior Persian infantry commanded by Zeus, satrap of Babylon. By the time Alexander returned, the crisis was over as Zeus' men realized their king had abandoned them once again, giving Armenian the opportunity to counterattack. Following his victory at Galgamela, Alexander marched south to occupy Babylon. He decided to maintain the satrapy system and confirmed Zeus in his office, then proceeded southeast towards the Persian heartland of Persis, taking possession of the work of Susa in December. Alexander's next target was the city of Persepolis. As Darius attempted to raise a third army, Ariobarzanes, satrap of Persis, defended the pass over the Zagros mountains, known as the Persian Gates. Confined to a narrow defile, Alexander's men were cut down by the defending Persians. Alexander's progress was stalled for a month until a local shepherd informed him of a mountain path that would enable him to circumvent Ariobarzanes' position. Ptolemy claimed that Alexander gave command of 3,000 men to attack the enemy in the center of the path, while the king marched his men behind Ariobarzanes. However, Arian suggests that Ptolemy was deployed further in the rear and entrusted to prevent any Persians from escaping. Well, in January 330 BC, Alexander's army arrived in Persepolis. Alexander ordered the destruction of palace buildings associated with Xerxes the Great, the Persian king, who had invaded Greece a century and a half earlier, during which the city of Athens had been sacked. According to one account, the destruction of Persepolis was encouraged by a woman in the Macedonian entourage, Thais, who would later become one of the conqueror's wives. After 3 months in Persepolis, Alexander continued the chase for Darius, who was now seeking to raise a new army in Central Asia. Darius' string of military failures encouraged a rebellion by his commander Bessus, who had the kings killed before proclaiming himself as King Artaxerxes V. Cautious of irritating local sentiment, when he arrived in Central Asia, Alexander ordered Darius' body to be buried in Persepolis with full ceremonial honors. As Alexander prepared to take on Bessus, he was himself the target of an assassination plot instigated by a friend named Darius. The report had been handed off to Philotas, Armenian son and commander of the Carthaginian cavalry. Did not inform during these years. Sources we have available focus for obvious reasons on Alexander, even where they are derived from Ptolemy's histories. Furthermore, even when we do mention Ptolemy, it's debatable how much we can trust them. Describes his own seniority amongst the companions of Alexander, and any source like Ariane, relying on his own writings, might have fallen prey to believing Ptolemy's own exaggerations. These issues aside, it does seem relatively clear that Alexander's elimination of Parmenion and Philotas enabled Ptolemy to rise to a more prominent position within the Macedonian region. 30 BC. In the months that followed, Alexander's army raced under difficult conditions to cross the Great Ocean in the winter of 330 BC and 3 BC, forcing vessels to retreat to Sogdiana, what is now Uzbekistan. After taking the city of Plovdiv, Alexander prepared to cross the Oxus River, now known as the Ammonaria, into Sogdiana. Although Bessus managed to destroy the boats of the river to prevent Alexander from making his crossing, the latter issued a message to the remaining Persian armies, offering friendship with anyone who could bring Bessus to him as a captive. Two Sogdian chieftains, named Svidemenes and Artaphernes, duly informed Alexander they had arrested Bessus. His first independent command, sending him at the head of some 3,000 men to take Bessus into custody. Ptolemy delivered the Persian usurper to Alexander, who sent him to Balk, where he had his nose and ears cut off, or being executed the following year. Despite surrendering Bessus, Svidemenes and Artaphernes soon turned against Alexander and began waging a guerrilla in the mountains of Central Asia. Alexander responded with a brutal pacification campaign, in the course of which he appointed Ptolemy as commander of one of the detachments with a plan to restore order in the region. In the meantime, Alexander continued to be criticized by his companions for his embrace of Eastern customs and his insistence on remaining in Asia. Many of his followers wanted to return home, and we marched east to conquer the Persian Empire. But now, having done so, their kings seemed to be intent on wandering even further east to lands few Greeks or Macedonians had ever heard of, let alone visited. The growing resentment boiled over in the summer of 328 BC, when Alexander's old friend Titus, who had saved his life at the Battle of the Granicus River, launched into a drunken raid targeted Alexander and the companions like Ptolemy, who sympathetically praised his exploits. As the furious Alexander rushed up to Titus, Ptolemy intervened and dragged the latter out of the room. But as the king continued to shout his curses, Titus broke away from Ptolemy and ran back to continue the argument with Alexander. The king immediately grabbed a spear from one of his bodyguards and killed Titus on the spot. As the unrest grew towards Alexander's actions, it is very possible that Ptolemy stalked in the king's eyes as he established himself as an unflinching supporter of Alexander's plans. This would leave Ptolemy in a good position when the time came a few years later for his successor to emerge. The campaign against Artaphernes and Svidemenes was otherwise coming to an end in Central Asia. Alexander's men performed an extraordinary feat in capturing the fortress known as the Sogdian Rock by scaling up a sheep faced under the cover of darkness. Ptolemy played an important role in the siege of the equally formidable rock of Torrienes, protected by a deep ravine which Alexander sought to breach. Ptolemy was one of 3 men responsible for the night operations which enabled Alexander to build a bridge and deploy his 327 BC, Alexander married Roxana, the daughter of a Bactrian nobleman. The decision caused further dissension among some of Alexander's friends, who wanted him to marry a Greek woman. Ptolemy seems to have acted as intelligence for Alexander during this period, bringing information to the king about potential plots against him. Despite the unrest, Alexander was determined to march further east to India, and in mid-327 BC, he divided his army into two columns and marched towards the Indus River. Ptolemy accompanied Alexander as he led his column through the Swan Valley, and faced formidable resistance from the Aspasia peoples. During the next phase of the campaign, Ptolemy led Alexander's left flank at the siege of Rhegium, while Leonatus, another of Alexander's bodyguards, commanded the Macedonian right. In Ptolemy's later account, Alexander and Leonatus swiftly overcame enemy resistance. He himself faced a tougher challenge before he eventually rebelled. During the final stage of his march towards the Indus Valley, Alexander besieged several fortresses belonging to the Assassinian people. During the siege of Massalia, the Macedonians killed the local king and prompted the queen to offer her surrender. Ptolemy played a prominent role at the final siege of the Greek empire against the mountain-top fortress of Aeolus. He was stationed at a summit on the opposite side of the ravine. Alexander bridged it in order to take the position. Alexander gradually moved on towards the Hydaspes River to do battle with Porus, a neighboring Indian prince who resisted Alexander's rule. Ptolemy accompanied Alexander as he led a detachment on a flank attack, but the movement was poorly executed, and Alexander found himself facing the entire enemy army. Nevertheless, he won a decisive victory, captured Porus, and made him his vassal. Although Alexander continued to push east, his men were no longer willing to follow him, and he was finally persuaded to turn back. Alexander wanted to reach the Indian Ocean and build a fleet at the Hydaspes. After the fleet was damaged in the storm, he decided to besiege the city of Mali in the Punjab. Alexander and a handful of senior officers scaled the wall of the enemy citadel, but were soon stranded when the ladders collapsed beneath them. During this engagement, the king was struck by an arrow in his neck and was shielded by an officer named Eucastus, while the rest of the army stormed the gates and massacred the garrison before inflicting further damage. Arian refers to the deeds of Ptolemy, being the man responsible for shielding Alexander. It was from this that he allegedly acquired his nickname, Soter, meaning savior. He was become known by the Heresians, establishing the Ptolemy Center. It also set a precedent whereby members of the Ptolemaic dynasty who lived in Egypt acquired cognomens that were added to their irregular name. Acquisition of the Soter name was one of the last actions he had ever made. Not long after this, Alexander, Ptolemy, the other Macedonians, turned back westwards to Persia. Back in Persia, at Susa, in the early spring of 324 BC, Alexander organized a mass ceremony between his senior officers and companions and numerous Persian noblewomen. The idea here was to mingle the Macedonian and Persian nobility in ways which would create a more homogeneous empire over the coming decades. Alexander himself married two Persian princesses, while Ptolemy married Artacama, the daughter of a Persian nobleman named Artabazus. Ptolemy does not appear to be very fond of his Persian wife, and made him quickly divorce her after Alexander's death. Matters deteriorated further thereafter. In the summer of 324 BC, after the king had dismissed his veteran army and allowed them to return home as they had hoped, Alexander suffered a personal tragedy with the death of Hephaestion, He responded by indulging in even heavier drinking than he was already used to. Alexander appointed Perdiccas as his new second in command, his body to Babylon, where a grand funeral ceremony was held. In early 353 BC, Alexander went to Babylon and prepared to lead a campaign into the Arabian Peninsula. While Alexander had suffered several battle wounds, some of which threatened to kill him, he had always been healthy. But in mid-323 BC, he suddenly fell ill and died in mid-June, a few weeks short of his 33rd birthday. While Alexander had a 4-year-old son named Pericles, born to his Persian mistress Lucine, the young boy's illegitimate birth excluded him from the succession. Alexander's Bactrian wife Roxana was several months pregnant, but there was no guarantee that she would give birth to a son who would live. The enormous empire which Alexander had built over the preceding decade could be held together during the minority rule of a child that was not even born yet. The question of how to reach a political settlement following Alexander's suspicious death would frame the rest of Ptolemy's life. During his illness, Alexander summoned Perdiccas to his side and gave him his signet ring to deputize him. According to Ptolemy's later account, as Alexander's condition deteriorated, his generals gathered at his bedside and asked who would succeed him, to which the king answered, quote, "To the best." He died shortly thereafter. This prophetic anecdote has been challenged by modern historians that Alexander had an elder half-brother, Archimedes, who could be expected to continue the argued Roman line, would only be able to execute all duties with the regency. Due to his position as Alexander's deputy, Perdiccas took charge of affairs and chaired a meeting of Alexander's generals and bodyguards to decide on the succession question. With himself in mind, Perdiccas proposed a regency which would last until Roxana's child, presumed to be a son, came of age. Others put forward their claims to act as regent. Ptolemy spoke against all the proposed candidates and suggested a council of equals who would work together to govern the empire as satraps. This and other plans were rejected until one of those gathered spoke in favor of Archimedes, upon which Officer Maliga brought Archimedes into the meeting and proclaimed him as King Philip III. Eventually, the parties agreed to a compromise in which Archimedes would be king. Roxana subsequently gave birth to a son. The two would be joint rulers. Perdiccas would remain as second in command, but Maliga would serve as his deputy. Almost immediately, Perdiccas disregarded the arrangements by sidelining King Philip and eliminating Maliga, and declared himself regent to Philip III, and agreed to Ptolemy's proposal to divide the empire into satrapies, which he believed would allow him to isolate his rivals and eliminate them one by one. As part of this arrangement, Ptolemy became satrap of Egypt. Ptolemy had suddenly emerged as the ruler of one of the richest, most cultured parts of Alexander's recently assembled empire, the River Nile. Ensured that Egypt was a fertile land, one which had been the cradle of one of the oldest civilizations on earth. At the same time, the surrounding deserts and the marshes of the Nile Delta made the country easy to defend. Here, Ptolemy was able to build up his power in the months and years ahead, as his rivals inevitably came to blows elsewhere. Wars were not slow in breaking out. Following Alexander's death, the Greeks almost immediately rose against Macedonian rule, prompting Antipater and Hyrcanus to two of the other former companions of Alexander to join forces to defeat the uprising and impose direct rule. Perdiccas was alarmed by the army that Antipater and Craterus had under their command and prepared to do battle with them. Ptolemy remained in Babylon with Perdiccas for several months, during which time Roxana gave birth to a son named Alexander, who was duly proclaimed as King Alexander IV, alongside his half-uncle Philip III, in accordance with the earlier agreement. Ptolemy probably arrived in Egypt in 322 BC. As ruler of Egypt, Ptolemy followed Alexander's example and promoted the traditional religion of the country. Ptolemy initially governed Egypt from Memphis, but would later relocate to Alexandria, which was still under construction at the start of his reign. To strengthen his position on the Mediterranean coast, he formed an alliance with the people of the island of Cyprus, and also took advantage of a political dispute in Cyrenaica, what is now Libya, to bring that region under Egyptian control. In the summer of 321 BC, Ptolemy received information that after spending Perdiccas was preparing to finally transport Alexander's body to Macedonia from Mesopotamia. In September 321 BC, Ptolemy executed an audacious plan to steal the king's remains at Damascus and justify his action, claiming that Alexander's final wishes were to be buried at the oracle of Sosgamon in the Siwa oasis, which the Greek king had visited while in Egypt back in 331 BC. However, sending it to Alexandria to strengthen his legitimacy. Ptolemy's rebuilding of Alexander's body was an open challenge to Perdiccas' authority, and he responded by launching an invasion in mid-320 BC, the name of the Chinese, part of his entourage, where his army began to build away almost immediately after crossing the Egyptian frontier. Perdiccas made his way towards Memphis and attacked the nearby fort of the Camels, but Ptolemy moved equal to the task and defended the fort from its walls. Perdiccas then marched directly on Memphis. His men struggled to swim across the Nile and he drowned in the heavy harbor. After Perdiccas ordered to withdraw, those who had already swum across to the far bank noticed the plight of their drowned comrades, took off their armor to swim back. Many of them were allegedly eaten by crocodiles. With his army in disarray, Perdiccas was soon stabbed to death by two of his subordinates, Seleucus. His men struggled to swim across the Nile, and many drowned in the heavy. However, upon seizing the body, Ptolemy made no effort to take the late king's body to the oracle, and instead placed it in a temporary tomb in Memphis before transferring it to Alexandria to strengthen his legitimacy. Ptolemy's rebuilding of Alexander's body was an open challenge to Perdiccas' authority as a regent, and he responded by launching an invasion of Egypt in mid-320 BC in the name of the Chinese, who were part of his entourage. While his army began to melt away almost immediately after crossing the Egyptian frontier, Perdiccas made his way towards Memphis and attacked the nearby fort of the Camels, but Ptolemy proved equal to the task and defended the fort from its walls. Perdiccas then marched directly on Memphis. His men struggled to swim across the Nile, and many drowned in their heavy armor. After, Perdiccas ordered the men to withdraw. Those who had already swum across to the far bank noticed the plight of their drowned comrades and took off their armor to swim back. Many of them were allegedly eaten by crocodiles, and his army in disarray. Perdiccas was soon stabbed to death by two of his subordinates, Seleucus and Piso. Ptolemy treated Perdiccas' men unanimously and presented gifts to the joint kings Philip and Alexander, which led Philip III to confirm his status as satrap of Egypt. Ptolemy was offered the regency, but refused and remained in Egypt with Alexander's body, while the two kings departed from Macedonia. Following Perdiccas' death, Alexander surviving successors presented Japaneses in Syria in 320 BC to work out a new arrangement. Alexander was still an infant, and Philip III was not considered capable of ruling in his own right. A new regent was needed. The meeting was joined by Antipater, a brindle man of around 80 years of age by then. It was agreed that he would become regent, but this was only a temporary solution giving Antipater's age. His ally Antigonus, previously only satrap of Phrygia in northern Asia Minor, inherited Perdiccas' armies in Asia, while Perdiccas' assassin Seleucus was named satrap of Babylon. Ptolemy was confirmed as satrap of Egypt and strengthened his ties to Antipater by marrying his daughter Eurydice in 320 BC. 2 years later, Ptolemy would also marry Berenice, as he firmly adopted the polygamy that Alexander implemented. Ptolemy seems to have had at least 4 wives at various times. The following year, the elderly Antipater died. His son Cassandra would eventually emerge as his successor as regent in Greece and Macedon, who soon seized Olympias, Alexander the Great's mother, and executed her. He also placed the infant Alexander IV under arrest while publicly presenting himself as their protector. Philip III its life, Antigonus took control of Mesopotamia and Syria and adjoining lands, forcing Seleucus to flee to Ptolemy for protection, warning him that Antigonus planned to become his sole ruler of Alexander's empire and was planning an invasion of Egypt. In response, Ptolemy formed an alliance with Caesar and Lysimachus, Satrap of Thrace, in 315 BC, and demanded that Seleucus be reinstated in Mesopotamia. It was probably at this time that Ptolemy moved his capital from Memphis to Alexandria, which was more strategically located in northern Egypt, while Antigonus attempted to use diplomatic means to undermine Ptolemy's allies in Cyprus. In 313 BC, an Egyptian fleet led by Seleucus defeated Antigonus's fleet and gained control of the whole island. In late 312 BC, Ptolemy fought a battle against Antigonus's forces near Gaza, during which Ptolemy effectively neutralized the enemy's war elephants by attacking them from below with javelins. Adopting a tactic Alexander had used against Libyan war elephants at the Battle of the Hydaspes. The victorious Ptolemy captured 8,000 enemy troops and soon retook Gaza. These gains were short-lived, as Antigonus prepared to join forces with his son to take their revenge on Ptolemy. Rather than risk a battle, Ptolemy retreated back to Egypt. By 311 BC, all competence exhausted, Seleucus was able to retake Babylon and declare himself general of Asia in opposition to Antigonus. Following a new round of peace negotiations, Antigonus lost much of his territory. A temporary ceasefire obtained thereafter. As none of the Diadochi wanted to give up their lands, there were no complaints when Cassander arranged for Alexander IV and his mother Roxana to be poisoned in 312 BC. With Alexander IV's death, the Argead dynasty, which had ruled Macedonia for over 3 centuries, was extinguished. The Diadochi, like Ptolemy, were now free to give up the pretense that they were merely ruling their territories as satraps, that would one day hand overpowered Alexander IV when he came of age. With this, we can consider that Ptolemy had emerged fully as King Ptolemy I in Egypt. His real name is usually given as King Ptolemy I Sultan, using the cognomen Neo. Saving the life of Alexander the Great, everyone understood that the peace agreement of 311 BC was merely a temporary lull. All parties prepared for the renewal of conflict. Ptolemy was secure in Egypt, and he promoted his cause as Alexander's successor, by placing Alexander's remains at the center of his new capital of Alexandria. After its foundation by Alexander in April 331 BC, the city was being built according to the designs of the architects Socrates of Rhodes, who connected the new city to the nearby island of Paros by a causeway. The line work was primarily focused on defense and trade. After taking Alexander's body to Alexandria, Ptolemy built a mausoleum known as the Sacrum, and set up a religious cult to honor Alexander as the god. This structure was the center built Ptolemy would also found the city of Ptolemais near Thebes, of southern Egypt. Together with Alexandria and the nearby trading port Ptolemais was one of 3 cities in Egypt which enjoyed the status of a green city-state and had its own elected officials. While Alexander the Great ordered the building of the first city of Alexandria while he was undertaking his campaigns, the Alexandria Egypt would grow to become the most preeminent of these urban centers under the patronage of the dynasty. While these were built, Alexandria greatest cities of the ancient world. Civilizations extended far beyond Egypt. After a period of consolidation, during which he solidified his control over Egypt, Syria, and strengthened his armies, he resumed hostilities in the wars of the Cappadocia. He sent his forces against Antigonus, with mixed success. The following year, 309 BC, Ptolemy personally led an army to occupy the western coast of Asia Minor, and the following year he was challenging Cassander in Greece, seeking not only to bring the League of Corinth under his control, but to conquer his native Macedonia. But around this time, Ptolemy speculated that he was Alexander's will, which stipulated that his former sister Cleopatra should marry Ptolemy. Cleopatra accepted the proposal and was put to death by Antigonus before she could do so. It has been speculated that it was only after learning of Cleopatra's demise that Ptolemy came up with the idea of claiming that he was a son of King Philip II of Macedon and thus brother of the deceased Alexander. Moreover, the decision to launch Cassander in Greece and Macedon indicates that he aspired to reunite all of Alexander's former empires under his rule. Despite these claims, though, Ptolemy had little support among the Greeks and returned to Egypt, though he retained partial control of the key city of Corinth and strengthened his dominance of the eastern Mediterranean. For the next several years, he took up the eastern Mediterranean and control over territories like the islands of Rhodes and Cyprus, the latter of which Ptolemy had established control of early on in the wars of the Philippines. For instance, Antigonus sent his son Demetrius to try and take control of Athens in 347 BC, and then later to attack Cyprus. The latter expedition proved successful, but Ptolemy temporarily lost control of the area. Refreshed by his success, in 306 BC, both Antigonus and Demetrius assumed the title of king. So Ptolemy and Cassander had also been de facto kings, and soon followed and began separating coins with their likenesses. Despite his defeat at sea on Cyprus, Ptolemy rallied against his camp near Port, where he wanted a large invasion of Rome of 80,000 men, joined command of Antigonus and Demetrius. The combination of weather and Ptolemy protected his Caribbean to defect by offering them bribes, forced Antigonus and Demetrius to turn back. It is possible that it was at this time when Ptolemy began formally using the defense of Sota, that he acquired years earlier. Though it is more likely that Ptolemy began using this name officially in 304 BC, after he helped to defend Rhodes from invasion by Demetrius. Following the winning of Rhodians, set out in Ptolemy's time. After his failure to take Rhodes, Demetrius strengthened his position in Greece at the expense of Cassander. Ptolemy, with Focus and Seleucus, renewed their alliance with Cassander and attacked Antigonus from Asia Minor, forcing Antigonus to become his son in Greece. Ptolemy recaptured Syria and Asia in 300 BC. Lysimachus led a coalition army to victory against Antigonus and the Aegean Territories, during which Antigonus was killed. Ptolemy, Lysimachus, and Seleucus, who by then were the three survivors among Alexander's original successors, amongst Seleucus had only tenuous link to the dead, proceeded to divide Antigonus' domain among themselves. Lysimachus received the western half of Asia Minor, Seleucus took over the remainder of Antigonus' territory, 90s BC, Ptolemy established marriage ties to Seleucus, while Seleucus reached out to Demetrius. Not long afterwards, Seleucus and Demetrius unexpectedly sought a reconciliation from Ptolemy. As part of the deal, Demetrius sent his ally, King Eros of Epirus, to Alexandria as a hostage for his good behavior. Ptolemy and Demetrius identified developments in Greece. Late in 297 BC, he was a son of the a few months before his own death, leaving the kingdom jointly ruled by his younger sons, Alexander the First and Alexander the Fifth. Ptolemy was restoring his throne which he had lost after the Battle of Epirus, located in what is now southern Albania. Eros fought and pursued the west, enabling Pyrrhus to intervene on the north of Macedonia. Demetrius would also become important in these conflicts, eventually emerging as king there in 94 BC. The interminable battles of the Diadochi were entering their final stage. It was only so long that all parties involved could maintain large armies. Slaves were emerging in the west, where Pyrrhus and Epirus would suddenly draw to defend the Greeks of southern Italy against an emerging Republic. His party, Ptolemy, took advantage of Demetrius' absence in Macedonia by retaking control of the eastern Mediterranean. He captured Cyprus, which would thereafter remain in Ptolemaic possession until the 1st century BC. Ptolemy also took control of the Cycladic islands in the Aegean Sea, who honored him by establishing their own cult of Ptolemy Soter. At around the same time, he seized the rich trading cities of Sidon and Tyre in the Levant, as well as parts of Asia Minor that remained loyal to Demetrius. After a couple of years of relative peace, Demetrius built up an army of some 100,000 men to invade Asia and was ready to strike by 288 BC. In response, Ptolemy invaded Greece, while Lysimachus and Pyrrhus launched a two-pronged attack on Macedonia from east and west and divided the kingdom between each other. Although Demetrius took control of the Peloponnese and laid siege to Athens in 287 BC, Ptolemy and Pyrrhus supported the Athenians and expelled Demetrius from Greece. Demetrius crossed into Asia Minor and seized a few towns, but was eventually defeated in battle in 285 BC. He sought refuge with Seleucus, which was imprisoned by him, and died in captivity in 283 BC. Thus, the wars of the Diadochi were ended in the late 280s BC, with Ptolemy having carved out a position as king of Egypt, who also controlled Cyrenaica in Libya, the island of Cyprus, the Sinai Peninsula, large parts of the Levant, and some of the other islands of the Aegean Sea. The other two great successor states were the dominion of Seleucus, which became known as the Seleucid Empire, and covered Syria, Mesopotamia, some of Persia, and Asia Minor, while the kingdom of Macedon would survive as the weaker of the major successor states. Many parts of Alexander's empire became independent again, notably the kingdoms of Central Asia and the Greek city-states of the mainland. By the time the wars of the Diadochi were winding down, Ptolemy was around 80 years old and in declining health. He had spent much of his career following Alexander's death in conflict with his rivals, interspersed with very brief periods of peace and tranquility, lasting no more than a couple of years at a time. Nevertheless, while the ancient sources offer little info as to how Ptolemy approached state administration, the kingdom enjoyed stability and prosperity during his rule. Ptolemy was careful to balance the interests of the Macedonian and the native Egyptian populations. While he moved his capital to Alexandria and founded Ptolemais to extend his influence further up the Nile Valley. He recognized that he had to respect Egyptian traditions and make sacrifices to the Egyptian gods. He developed the cult of the god Serapis as a dual Greco-Egyptian deity in particular. This was symptomatic of his entire method of ruling. Ptolemy established a dual Hellenistic kingdom where Greeks and Macedons intermingled with Egyptians. The Greeks were quite clearly the ruling elite, whereas the arts and architecture of the Ptolemaic adapted to local conditions. As a result, we find many friezes on temples, statues and death masks from the time, which depict Ptolemy and his successors in the Nevertheless, Greek was the language of state administration. Greek and Macedonian officials held the most important offices, and during his wars, Ptolemy tended to favor Macedonian and Greek troops over native Egyptian soldiers. Alexandria became the symbol of the new kingdom. This was a cosmopolitan city, home to large populations of Greeks, Jews, Egyptians, and other groups from Asia, Europe, and Africa. There is a debate as to whether Ptolemy founded the Museum and Library of Alexandria, or if this was his son and successor Ptolemy II, born around 309 BC to Ptolemy and his wife Berenice. The library was part of the Mausoleum, a complex of religious and civic buildings in central Alexandria, attracted scholars from all over the Mediterranean world. The basis for them was probably laid down by Ptolemy I in the 290s or 280s BC, though they would come to real fruition under Ptolemy II. While Ptolemy preferred to allow scholars the independence to pursue their own research, he made an exception for the mathematician Euclid, who wrote his seminal Elements, one of the foundational texts in the field of geometry and mathematics, while living in Alexandria around 300 BC under the king's patronage. Construction of the library remained incomplete at the end of Ptolemy's reign, and it was up to his son Ptolemy II to supervise its completion and organize the institution as the repository of all scholarship in the known world. Ptolemy I was also responsible for the construction of the Pharos Lighthouse, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. The completed structure stood at over 110 meters tall, the tallest man-made structure in the world at the time, with the exception of the pyramids of Giza. Equipped with a reflective mirror at daytime and a burning furnace at night. The light was visible up to 40 miles away, enabling approaching ships to enter the city's harbor safely. In wartime, the structure could also be used to serve as a warning for approaching enemy ships. While Ptolemy was responsible for the design and construction work may have started in 297 BC, it was also unfinished at his death and completed by his successor. Ptolemy was around 84 years old when he died, but as he used 2 different dating systems for his rule, it is unclear whether he died in 283 BC or 282 BC. He was succeeded by his son Ptolemy II, Philadelphus, then in his early 20s. His mother Berenice was Ptolemy's 4th and most influential wife. Ptolemy II may already have been installed as his father's joint ruler in 285 BC, long after displacing his elder half-brother Ptolemy Carolus, the son of Eurydice, as Ptolemy I's preferred successor. At the time of Ptolemy I's death, Israel was at its greatest extent, but the wars of the successors was not yet completely over. Cyrus's death in 281 BC was the end of the wars of the successors. More than 40 years after Alexander's death, in 276 BC, Jewish son Antigonus Pius, grandson of the first Antigonus, defeated the Gauls and established the Antigonid dynasty. Macedonia and parts of Greece until its colonized by Rome in 168 BC. The Seleucid Empire lasted until 63 BC, when it too was conquered by the Roman general Pompey the Great, in Ptolemaic Egypt as the longest-lived of the successor states to the empire of Alexander the Great. Its demise is well known, with Queen Cleopatra herself becoming the mother of both Julius Caesar and Mark Antony in succession, as she sought to manage her kingdom's relationship with the now all-powerful
Really?
the civil war between Antony and Octavian, Caesar's successor, ushered in the birth of the Roman Empire. Thus, the Ptolemaic dynasty Ptolemy founded was bookended on one side by the ruins of the short-lived empire of Alexander the Great, and on the other by the birth of the Roman Empire. Ptolemy the First Sumpter began his long life in the remoteness of Western Macedonia, and as king of his connections with the Macedonian elite through his mother enabled him to become an important trait. While he served with Sir Alexander recovered and fought actually in most of his battles, it is debatable how senior his position was during Alexander's lifetime. He exaggerated how close he was to the king in later years, and his propaganda was then absorbed by writers like Arian, who used Ptolemy's own histories when writing their accounts of the conquests of Alexander. Ptolemy came to the fore following Alexander's death, firstly by proposing the division of the empire and claiming for himself the satrapy of Egypt, before defying Perdiccas by stealing Alexander's corpse, which he used to assert his claims as the great king's successor. It was probably at this time that he invented the spurious claim to be Alexander's half-brother in order to galvanize his claim to the throne. Proved to be a successful military leader, orchestrated the demise of Perdiccas, and managed to hold his own against figures like Antigonus, Demetrius, and Seleucus for several decades. He established control of the key islands of Cyprus and Rhodes, but was unable to fulfill his ambitions of becoming king in his native Macedon. However, beyond the failure of any one individual, such as Ptolemy, to win the wars of the Diadochi, Ptolemy's work laid the foundations of a dynastic state in Egypt that lasted almost 3 centuries. Most importantly, it was under his leadership that Alexandria began to emerge as the greatest city in the world for a time, a utopian center of learning in the ancient Mediterranean, and a city which, even after the rise of Rome, remained the intellectual center of the Eastern Mediterranean. What do you think of Ptolemy the First Sumpter? Should he be regarded as an effective military and political leader who left behind a stable and prosperous kingdom in Egypt to his successors, or was this only a partial success in the context of his claims to be the legitimate successor to all of the empire of Alexander the Great? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
Yo, what the fuck is this bullshit, dog? No. Yeah.
Man demonstrating this Akhenaten was born some great year that was certainly in the 1360s BC. He was certainly alive in 1361 BC. Most likely years prior to this, with 1368 BC, 1367 BC being plausible candidates for the year of his birth. His father was the pharaoh, king of Egypt, Amenhotep III. Akhenaten was named after his father when he was born, and while he is known to history as Akhenaten, for much of his life he was called Amenhotep. Akhenaten, as we will see, was a name he took himself later in his life. Amenhotep III had been on the throne for around 2 decades by the time Akhenaten was born, having come to be pharaoh in the early 1380s BC. It is not known when Akhenaten was born. Some Egyptologists have speculated he may have been born and raised in the ancient city of Memphis, near Heliopolis, a city which had a strong cult of worshipping the sun god Ra. Others contend that he was born around the city of Thebes, the Rothschild capital of the Egyptian kingdom in the 14th century BC, approximate to modern-day Luxor. There, a major royal palace had been constructed behind Qatar by his father, and it would probably make most sense for him to have been born there. Akhenaten's mother was Tia, the great wife of Amenhotep. Egyptian rulers practiced polygamy and had numerous wives, some often being close relatives or even sisters. Amongst these multiple consorts, there was typically a great wife, and a pharaoh's successor would normally be chosen from amongst the sons born to this chief consort. This placed Akhenaten in line to the throne, but he had an older brother who was also born to Tia, Prince Tutankhamun. Beyond these, Akhenaten had a very large number of siblings and half-siblings, owing to the relentless nature of the royal court. Akhenaten one day was born into a part of the world which already had a very long history. By the 14th century BC, Egypt had emerged as far back as the thick and Chalcolithic civilizations. They too were conquered over time. In the 15th century BC, Akhenaten's great-great-grandfather, Thutmose III, had overseen Egypt's rise to a position of unprecedented national power and wealth. Ruling for over half a century, he reunified Egypt fully, did its power further down the Nile into what we now call Sudan, and also converted much of the Levant into regions approximating Palestine, Israel, and even towards Jordan and into parts of Syria and Lebanon. Trade flourished across the eastern Mediterranean, and an ambitious building program was initiated. This period of immense Egyptian power, which Thutmose was the greatest ruler of, is called the New Kingdom period of Egyptian history. Akhenaten would benefit from succeeding to the throne, as Egypt was in such a propitious position of power, but his reign would also stand as a period of turmoil within it. As the shadowy details of his birth would indicate, there is almost nothing known about Akhenaten's early life. Such is the interest in the reign of one of the most unusual and significant of ancient Egypt's rulers. The many theories have emerged over the years. One holds that he was raised to a significant extent away from the royal capital of Memphis in the north, near where Cairo stands today. It is posited that he was a high priest of the god Ptah, a god of workers and industry in the Egyptian religious system. We know that his older brother had served as high priest of Ptah as well for several years before he headed south to begin as his father's successor at Thebes. The suggestion is Akhenaten succeeded him in the role afterwards, and it may have been this time in his youth as a high priest that imbued Akhenaten with strong religious sensibilities. Other theories concern his education, with several ruling scribes at the time being suggested as possible tutors of the prince. We can be certain that one of these, a man named Barenfa, did indeed tutor young Akhenaten in his childhood years. This Barenfa was later honored with a major tomb, where an inscription notes his role in educating the pharaoh. Barenfa would also go on to become the senior-most minister and a major influence on Akhenaten's life and reign. Some greater clarity is possible when it comes to Akhenaten's wives and children, though there is still a lot that remains speculative even in this area. One thing is for sure, his great wife or chief wife was a woman by the name of Nefertiti. They were married at some stage in the 1350s, and so she and he were most likely wed when they were little more than teenagers. They may have been closely related, with some Egyptologists claiming that she was a first cousin of Akhenaten's, or some other near relation within the Egyptian royal line. She was quite possibly a few years older than him. Nefertiti is one of the most famous royal women in Egyptian history. This is based on multiple developments. The first being her position as chief wife to Akhenaten, who would become one of the most notorious of all ancient Egypt's pharaohs. Secondly, she is famous for a remarkable bust or statue of her head and neck that has survived over 3 millennia. This painted limestone bust was created around 1345 BC by a famous royal sculptor of the time by the name of Thutmose. Discovered in 1912 during archaeological work of the city of Amarna, it presents one of the most vivid portraits of any Bronze-Age woman to have come down to us. Finally, Nefertiti is well known for most likely being the mother of Tutankhamun, a pharaoh whose gold death mask, discovered by Howard Carter back in 1922, has become a defining symbol of ancient Egypt. Beyond this, she is also a good example of a royal consort who appears to have held a position of extensive political power in New Kingdom Egypt. Akhenaten had several other wives beyond Nefertiti. One was Kia, a name which is believed to have been a shortened version of Tapu Kiba. If so, she most likely was a princess of the Italian royal family, the people who ruled an area around Kurdistan today, where the borders of Turkey, Syria, and Iraq meet. Accordingly, her marriage to Akhenaten would have been political, as the main diplomatic relations between Egypt and the near neighbor. Other scholars of Akhenaten's reign argue that Kia and Tapu Kiba were two different wives. Kia was nevertheless most likely of foreign blood, as she is described as someone who evidently had not rise to the position of Greek. As she, unlike Nefertiti, was not of Egyptian blood, Akhenaten also possibly married a daughter of the ruler of Babylon in Mesopotamia, though her name is unknown, while there is speculation he was married to an unidentified sister of his. From amongst these marriages, Akhenaten had many children. His marriage to Nefertiti resulted in 7 or more children, most of them daughters. There were numerous other children from his other unions, though the exact details of these cannot be reconstructed from the available evidence, and there would doubtlessly have been some in the infancy as well, for which no record of their existence has survived. Akhenaten's earlier years were lived in the knowledge that his older brother, Prince Thutmose, was their father's designated successor, and so he would succeed as pharaoh upon Amenhotep III's death. But Thutmose died sometime in the early to mid-1350s. So Akhenaten became the new heir. So from the mid-1350s, by which time he was most likely only just entering his teenage years, he began to co-work with his partner, an arrangement which was usually established to train him as successor in the key elements of government and the religious obligations of the pharaoh.
Oh, Rabbi.
No way. Good. I don't even need to be told. This is black.
Blacks, yeah, Rabbi.
But it's good stuff.
That's true. That's something, Rabbi.
Wait, no. All right, you ready for an update?
Yeah, man. That's good.
Yeah. Like, we posted 20 podcasts in the last month or two. Yeah, we've got 2 scheduled this week. More. Coming interesting from futurism to clandestine projects to advanced propulsion to the world to life extension technology, vertical technology, gamification technology. You name it, we're talking about it. I did an hour long one on Friday, 3 hour long one on Tuesday. I had a 2 hour one published on Tuesday. I did another 2 hour one last Monday. So I've been rocking, man.
That's good. Yeah, man. I love that.
Word dog.
I just, I don't know. I just, I feel like that's like that. All of that stuff. But I feel like just very that's
Okay. How many hours a week are you streaming?
really no. My last year was kind of short. I feel like, you know,
50 an hour the other day?
but
Oh, that's good.
like,
Word dog. Yeah. Got a big group of people living through it.
Rabbi, you need to write a book.
That's what I was told on Thursday. Yeah, I think I will, but not yet necessarily with, especially with AI. What my thinking, years to write it. Well, you can do it months easily. And
What do you think about AI?
it's a tool that can reduce creating whatever constantly or perhaps negative, like fire, or the wheel, or steam, or electricity.
I feel like AI is
You can believe anything that you want to know, right?
that is small things I imagine that should.
Right. Have you been staying out of trouble?
Yeah, I haven't gone bad in a minute. I haven't gone bad.
Uh,
What's my chat right now? Or just,
no, I don't. I don't do that. Um, all right. Have you talked to any friends recently?
I never had a conversation with him.
Did you?
It's just like I've never had like an opportunity or like, hey, or something. Like I never like myself.
Okay, why do you think he's dodging?
Dodging it, like just as our paths just never like other.
Okay. Uh, let me ask you this. What are your thoughts on Quebec being on the front page all the time?
Uh, Shit, I'll never these. Honestly, I guess not a lot. I got like perfect, I guess. So,
He sucks. And Kick sucks. And Kick sucks for letting him be on there. He shot either with a gun, a dead alligator, or a dying alligator. That's like promoting violence. I don't understand why they ban him for one day and then let him come back. I know he brings a lot of views, but he lies himself. He's like maybe the most notorious liar in the history of the platform. In my opinion, Kick's all about money. That's all they care about, and they don't care about consistency. I'll just play it to you straight. I spam Kick for a long time, but then I stopped, and about a year went by or so, maybe 6 months, and I hadn't spammed anybody. And somebody came in here, a big streamer, top, let's say 100 streamer on Kick. And like, you know what? It's been long enough. Have you contacted Kick and asked them if you can come back? And he's like, no, I'm just gonna wait a little longer, but you should do it. Like, what you did wasn't that bad in comparison to what some of the other people have done on the platform. So like, fine. I emailed them. I'm like, hey, I haven't done anything wrong. Can I come back? You let Jack Doherty come back. You let all these other people come back. Like Jack Doherty, like was texting while driving on your stream, promoting like not good things, and could have killed somebody. And you let him come back. They told me no. I said, okay, well, can I come back in a year if I don't spam anybody? They said no. I said, what about 5 years? They said no. I said, well, about 50 years. They said no. So I said, you left me no choice but to just spam everybody because you're obviously not caring if you recognize that I either will spam you or you let me come back. Like if they would have said, come back to us in a year, we'll think about it. And even if they had no intention to let me back, then I wouldn't have spammed them. But the fact that they were like, no, in 50 years we'll let you come back, well then F you, dog. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna create more clips on individuals that have never been created on your platform. And if you go to any streamer who is like a small streamer and you go to their clip page, it's just Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild, every single one. Because they don't get a lot of people clicking their stuff, so it's free advertising for them. And for like a big streamer, I don't do it as much because they get clipped more often. But small streamers, I dominate them. then they come in here and they're like, "Hey, you click my friend or you click me or what's the deal?" And free advertising. But I told it in a in, in a an interview with Ori. Do you know Ori the Kid?
Yeah, no,
Yes, you do. Ori, Ouri. Ori the Kid is he's at Ori the Kid.
I need to see his face or something. I'm not sure of, like
Just type in Our.
what am I saying?
Ouri. I believe he's Ori the Kid.
Right now.
Ouri.
Yeah, I got it. Uh, it's just Morgan or Morgan.
It's Ori the Kid. Ourithekid.
I don't see it. I think it might be sorry.
No, you're not. Spell what you're read it.
Ouri kid.
No, THE. Ori the Kid.
THP. Uh, yeah, it's not really popping up on.
Yeah, it's not on mine either. Go to. Hold on a second. Did somebody steal his name? Oh no. He got just Ori. Ouri. Just put Ouri.
I don't know what the.
Okay, that's all right. And I was in one of his streams, and I was showing him how it has something broken on their end, and we like basically wanted to send it to Kick, the video to Kick, so that they could see that basically they had an issue on sign up. When you tried to sign up with an account, it would reject you and it wouldn't tell you why. And I was showing this to him. And we sent it to Kick. Actually, I shouldn't say that. Kick found out about it. They removed his video. But fortunately, I was able to record it. I sent it to Eddie Craven, and now he and I are friends on Discord. So I know, like, at least he appreciated me telling him how to fix the platform. But for the other people, Eddie Craven, the owner of
W Eddie.
what you said?
Yeah, I know. I see. W Eddie.
Oh yeah,
Right?
W Eddie. Exactly. So 100% on that. But yeah, in terms of Kick, I don't know how much it's growing. I don't know if you feel like it's growing. If you think it's plateaued. I feel like it is plateaued. I feel like Rebel is plateaued. It's like they're not getting a huge amount of growth. I mean, I think that they're getting a lot of growth.
In the brain and age of more than they think. There's other streamers out there like getting other viewers but
Dude, but do you ever go to bot.wtf and it tells you how many people on both are bots? It's like 99%. 99%. Their whole front page, 99% is just bots.
That's like maybe for Twitch.
There is one on Twitch. It does do Twitch.
Oh shit.
It does both sides. And the top 100 people are streaming. 99% of all their views are bots. They're only like, of maybe the top maybe 200 people on Kick or Twitch. There are only maybe 5 people who have like legitimate. They don't bot themselves. It's really just who can bot themselves the most.
Have you been on Twitter recently?
Yeah, dude. I had somebody retweet me yesterday. For opinion that I said, yeah, I've been doing some Twitter spaces, but that's another kind of dying. I don't know if it's dying, but it's not seeing the growth that once was. However, when cryptocurrency cryptocurrency is popping. Twitter Spaces is popping, right? But the crypto market, I think Bitcoin's under 60K now, has just been depressed, and not a lot of people are doing it. So the big one that I've been doing is podcasts, and those have been great. I've been on a lot of panel podcasts. I did an AMA for 3 hours on Thursday, and what I've done, I've created robots that go through all of Spotify and all of iHeart and get any publicly available email accounts, and they put them into a spreadsheet for me. And then every day, from 4 different accounts, I email 30 people. That's 120 emails that I'm putting in a day. And then of that, I'll get one or two, three, four, five, six, you know, people who email me back saying, "Hey, this is what you're doing. Would you like to be on our podcast next week or whatever?" I found a lot of fortune with that. It's a good strategy.
For sure. No problem.
Absolutely. So that's what I've been doing. You said you're moving. Where are you moving? TV?
Just to work.
Okay. Very well. Are you excited to move? Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm a bit excited. I think as far as for my heart,
Okay. Have you done any gambling taking something? Good for you, dog. Okay. In terms of the World Cup, have you watched it?
I watched a couple of games. I watched the Brazil and
All right. What are your thoughts on the World Cup thus far?
it's pretty cool. I like that guy from Sudan.
Yeah, that is cool. That is amazing.
Yeah, I'm always excited. That's
100%. That dude, that guy needs to be on the fight. They need to interview him. Like, how did he get so?
making a minus on this one when it likes that and something like that.
Yeah, well, it's like, how do you figure out that you've got that kid? Is it like, just, when you were little, were you able to stand still really well, or is it something you grew up? I'd love to interview that too. Okay. Who's going to win the World Cup?
I don't know what to do right now. I really don't. I think France might have been
100%.
Washington might go back.
Potentially. France looks good. Argentina looks good. Spain looks good. Germany was losing earlier today to Paraguay, which is, I'm going to check this. Right. Yeah, there you go. So we're going to put right now. It's tied in the 70s. So we'll see how that one goes. Brazil won. They beat Japan. And a full breakdown. I'm going to give you a full breakdown. So you guys keep your pants on. Hold on to your hat. And here we go. It says Rabbi Rothschild 2026 World Cup update. So Paraguay, Germany, 1-1. Brazil beat Japan. Tomorrow, later today, we've got Netherlands, Morocco. Tuesday, we've got Cote d'Ivory, Ivory Coast, Norway. France and Sweden, that's a big game. Mexico, Ecuador, that's a big game. Then on Wednesday, we've got England, Congo, Belgium, Senegal, and USA, Bosnia, and Herzegovina. How do you think the USA is going to?
I don't know what they doing in the last show.
They lost Friday to Turkey. They lost 3-2 in the 90th.
That was good.
Yeah, that's like most. On that's Spain, Austria, Portugal, Croatia, and Switzerland, Algeria. And Friday, Australia, Egypt, Argentina, Cabo Verde, Cape Verde, and Colombia, Ghana. Um, say Canada's already made it, so they play somebody. So that's what we've got. It's a round of 32. Canada beat South Africa, and they're going to play the winner of Netherlands Morocco. Germany's out of Paraguay right now. They're going to play the winner of that plays the winner of France Sweden. You've got Toto and Ivory playing Norway. They're going to play Brazil. And then we've got Ecuador playing England. They're playing Congo. And we've got Belgium and Senegal playing USA, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Spain, Austria playing Portugal, Croatia, Argentina versus Cape Verde versus Australia and Egypt. And then we've got Switzerland, Algeria versus Cote d'Ivoire. And that'll be it for round of 16, then the round of 8. Canada's already in, and Brazil's already in. And the final takes place July 19th. Yeah. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts were to wait for the real football season.
That's what I get. All right, do you do fantasy football? Yes or no? I'll wait.
Oh, yeah, I do. I do.
All right, who do you look at the draft this year?
The first,
Yeah, we're given the first pick.
Deshaun Robinson.
It's a terrible pick. Why wouldn't you pick Christian McCaffrey?
McCaffrey's getting up to
God, he put up like twice as many points as any other player last year.
yeah, but and one time I drafted him, for
Yeah, that happens. But he's worth it, dude. He's like far away the best player. So long as he stays
all
healthy.
that. He's still a fantasy course, guards that, but big concern with him, it's he's a stay on the field.
Agreed. All right, here's my question to you. Who are you going to draft at quarterback?
I'm going to drop by 25, Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen.
Lamar Jackson's an absolute pick last year. I drafted it. He's not having pick Josh Allen. Okay. Who you taking as your receiver?
Oh, that's
All right. Okay. Who you taking at tight end?
Doing a tight that tight end. I'll probably go with Gardner. The guy from the Falcons. I forgot his name.
Okay. Who you going with as your
Defense. I'm going with the Rams.
yeah, they should be lousy this year.
Yeah, they got 5 years.
Who you taking?
Whoever's left.
All right. Who's the guy for the Cowboys? Really good. Brandon Aubrey. That guy's good.
I think for the Jags, it's pretty good, too.
That guy kicked 61 yarder or something really long.
I think it's correct.
But it was preseason, so it doesn't count. I was jumping. He was kind of a disappointing year, considering he did that preseason. All right. Who else are you picking at running back? One. Okay, and what about a receiver?
Jamar Chase. He's probably going to be gone.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. Is Tariq Hill done?
Yeah, I think Valid.
Dude, I've taken him the last 2 years. 2 years he's been losing. He got hurt in like September, October last year, and or his ACL is MCL.
Yeah, I watched something like that.
That is terrible. Okay, let's see what's going to happen to him this year. He is.
Oh, sorry.
He was released. Did they consult you on that move?
Then they just do what they want to do. Fight for all this.
He's not play quarterback.
Why? That's something that Billy.
Is he going to suck?
I don't want him to suck. That would be our future.
All right, here's my question. If you had a spot on your roster, an extra spot, would you take Tyreek Hill?
I think he's.
Okay, I'm with you on that. He just lost his speed. Yeah, I've always respected him being the Twitter handle cheating. I think that's wrong.
That is.
Dude, and then he on the first game of the year he was in handcuffs. Do you remember that?
But yeah, they arrested him for like the reason that he hit back and so many arrested him.
Yeah, he did. That was some bullshit. All right. What are your thoughts on ETN?
That was ETN.
Yeah.
I just don't yes, but there's I did really good last year, but I just got some long practice.
All right. What are your thoughts on Zay Flowers of Ravens?
Big flowers, so that's pretty good.
All right. How about would you take um dude the Baltimore Ravens in the first game of last year looked like the best football team that has ever played football ever. They had Derrick Henry, they had Lamar Jackson balling out, Zay Flowers balling out. Everybody was just playing like amazing. And then it was all downhill from there. But I remember watching them like, this is the best team that's ever played. They were so good for like a quarter, or like for like a half. Unreal. They just looked, everything was amazing. All right. Uh, would you take Sam Donald with the
I would take
all right. Would you take Derek Charbonnet?
I don't know too much about it.
Nobody does.
All right.
You're
I
heading out. Okay.
I was going to say I got to let you go because I got to go back to stream.
All right. Well, as the football season gets closer, come back and we'll review your projected picks. Let me know what number you're at in terms of your draft, and best wishes to you. Thanks for coming in, Flag. Shout out to Flag Slice, everybody. Shout out to Flag Slice. Shout out to Flag Slice. Everybody follow Flag Slice on Take care, pick up.
You know, I got all guys that come over at my house.
Thanks so much. Take care, pick up. Shout out to Flag Slice.
Awareness of the fact that Aaron hurt him perhaps didn't have long left to live. Statues and other visible depictions of the pharaoh dating to the 1350s depict a ruler who looks to have been aged and sick, while DNA evidence from his mummy indicates he may have been suffering from obesity and arthritis, though he was still only in his 40s. Incidentally, contrary to some popular views that Egyptians had very effective forms of dental care, Amenhotep was also suffering by the time Akhenaten became the co-ruler from teeth that were plagued with cavities and which would have caused him serious pain. It was this majority of the watery temple here has been destroyed over the centuries, but the layout of it can be reconstructed. It would have consisted of rows of pylons, indoor sanctums, and outdoor soundboards, so that there was an interplay of light and dark along the walkways. This was a standard practice of ancient Egyptian religious buildings, and if rituals were held here at specific times of the day, the sharpest light penetrating through specific parts of the building would have made a deep impression on participants in rituals here, particularly where gold objects were used to reflect the sun's rays in different ways. Gold points to the way the sun was already central to the Egyptian religious system and provides a backdrop to the religious changes Akhenaten was about to undertake. Elsewhere in the building, two gigantic statues were erected, known today as the Colossi of Milano. These 60-foot-high stone monuments loomed over the western bank of the river Nile and could not fail to impress people voyaging up and down the river for boats. The building work on the temple, the carving of the Colossi, was also completed around 1350 BC, most likely just after Akhenaten had become pharaoh in his own right, and he would have overseen the rituals which no doubt accompanied the solemnizing of the new temple structure. The first years of Akhenaten's reign were normative in other respects. Take the height of the Great Temple within the city precinct on the right bank of the Nile in Thebes. Here there is even an inscription depicting the new pharaoh making offerings to the god Ra. Though elsewhere there was a subtle profusion of shrines and other religious spaces dedicated to the sun god Aten in the early 1340s. Elsewhere in Thebes, Akhenaten oversaw a said festival in the second or third year of his reign. This was in itself a rather peculiar move on his part. Said festivals were the ancient Egyptian equivalent of a royal jubilee. They were typically only held after 20 or 30 years of the same pharaoh being ruler of the kingdom, then every 3 or 4 years thereafter. According within a few years of his accession, Akhenaten was indicating his willingness to break with tradition. But so may have been a desire to establish continuity between his own reign and that of his father. But it is noted that the date of the year the 40th anniversary of Amenhotep III's accession. This is so, perhaps Akhenaten felt some vulnerability about having been a younger son and only emerging as the heir of the then pharaoh in the course of the 1350s. The said festival may have been organized in legitimacy of his reign and cement his status as the new pharaoh. While there were normative elements to Akhenaten's reign during his first years, it would soon take a dramatic turn that has created an infamous position for the pharaoh within the history of ancient Egypt. The shift came in 1346 BC, though for how long Akhenaten had been considering this new cause, or why he decided upon it, this time remains a mystery, with no clear answer. This all centered on the deity Aten, also spelled Atonu or Eden in various other references to him on temple inscriptions. The word itself derives from Old Kingdom Egyptian and refers effectively to a disk or sun disk. Therefore, in its earliest incarnation, the name Aten was used simply as a noun to refer to the spherical or disk-like appearance of the sun in the sky. Over time, the term Aten became one which was used to refer to a sun deity or god. Aten was just one such sun god. The most popular and important of these was Ra, one of the most important of all the Egyptian gods and goddesses, one who was said to travel through the sky in an ark every day, bringing light to the world. While in the evening he retired and night fell. Aten was just one of over a dozen deities which emerged from the worship of the sun, day and night in Egypt over the centuries. These practices of multiple forms of sun deity were reflected in many other ancient cultures of the Chalcolithic, Bronze, and Iron Ages. What is unusual about Akhenaten's actions is the fact that Aten was still a relatively minor deity by the 14th century BC, though there is evidence that the importance of the sun deities was growing in the Bronze Age world of the
so.
Referred
No.
to as Akhenaten, Eknaten, meaning something akin to effective Martin, when it was dedicated to Martin. The decision was not entirely unusual. Egyptian rulers and nobles were often named after different deities. The name by many Akhenaten successors includes the name of the sun god Ra, that most of those Akhenaten's great forebear from the century BC was named after Thoth, the god of wisdom and magic. The traditional nature of naming oneself after a god aside, the move towards active worship of just one deity was quite unusual for the time, one which effectively leaned towards a form of monotheism. Though as we will see, there is a major debate amongst Egyptologists the nature of the new religion. Turning to the specifics of the new religion and how Akhenaten sought to expand it, it is worth trying to reconstruct the philosophical basis for it, a task which is made difficult by efforts to destroy the memory of Akhenaten's new religion by his successors. Firstly, the worship of Aten was perhaps derived in large part from outside influences. Whether from the Levant, the wider Middle East, or further afield, there are Semitic aspects to it. In this sense, Akhenaten's decision to adopt it as the state religion points towards the growing prosperity and cosmopolitan nature of the important world, one in which ideas trafficked between cultures over hundreds of kilometers. Secondly, it was something of a more personal religion insofar as it involved a more direct communication between the individual worshipper and the sun deity, whereas Egyptian religion in the main used intermediaries, priests who received the offerings of the people and then offered them to the gods for them. One of the reasons why Akhenaten's innovations were possibly so violently reacted against after his death was that he was alleged to have attacked the villages of the powerful priestly classes. These were some of the core traits of the new religion, and we see inscriptions from the time and images which show people making offerings directly to Aten without priests and temple officials involved. There is, as we have already noted, a wide-ranging debate amongst Egyptologists and historians of Akhenaten's reign over how we should classify this new system. The traditional view, back when the details of what Akhenaten had attempted and as modern Egyptology developed as a discipline in the early and mid-20th century, was that it was effectively a form of monotheism. This is the idea that one god should be worshipped exclusively. Christianity, Islam, and several other modern religious systems are monotheistic. By way of contrast, ancient Egypt and indeed most other ancient religious systems, such as those of Babylon, Greece, and Rome, were all polytheistic. That is, they worshipped multiple gods, or a pantheon of sometimes hundreds of gods and goddesses. While it is tempting to see a brief experiment in the worship of Aten as a form of monotheism, it seems more plausible to describe it as a form of idolatry. This is where the existence of wide pantheon of deities is still accepted, but one is now placed in a position of singular. The idea is that Akhenaten was not trying to disavow the existence of the other gods and goddesses, but that he was proclaiming to his people that Aten should be worshipped above all others. There was also a form of syncretism involved, the borrowing of other cultural practices and incorporation of them within one's own system. Akhenaten proposed affording Aten a position of singular importance within Egyptian religious life, influenced by outside ideas from the Middle East and the Mediterranean world about the importance of some deities. Some have argued that this cult of a powerful sun deity might have origins in the religious systems of the Semitic people of the Levant and Middle East, and that Akhenaten was influenced by ideas which entered Egypt from this region as the new kingdom expanded there during the reign of Thutmose III and his successors. One of the other core components of the new religion, to proselytize or spread it by acquiring large numbers of adherents. This is an issue which has concerned Egyptologists greatly, as they wonder if Akhenaten simply established a new cult and hoped it would acquire followers over time, or if he aggressively attacked the cults of other gods. The picture presented from the evidence of inscriptions and other material which has been recovered is nearly 3 centuries during the Middle Kingdom period at Ijtawi, but increasingly became fixed during the New Kingdom period at Thebes, much further down the River Nile at the site of modern-day Luxor and near the Valley of the Kings. The reasons were twofold. On the one hand, a more southerly position allowed the pharaohs to govern their new territories to the south in Sudan or Nubia more effectively, while Thebes' position was solidified during the period when the north was ruled by the Hyksos. Thebes had become a flourishing economic, commercial, and religious center by the time the north was recaptured, and had remained the capital during the arc of Ptolemy's time. It briefly interrupted his primacy during his reign, beginning around 1856 BC. Argonautes initiated the construction of a new capital city, 100 kilometers north of Thebes, on the right or east bank of the River Nile. Today, we know the site as Amana, though in ancient times it was called Architatum, meaning the horizon of the Arton, a name which indicates the choosing of the location as a place where the rising sun coming east of Egypt could be seen with great clarity. This was compounded by the fact that the city